Greetings one, greetings all. We are back once again for Kent, Volume 2. We read through the first couple chapters the first time around. Now we're going to get deep into the 21st century. Can you believe it? Do we live in the 21st century? I don't even know anymore.
It's been like 3 centuries since the 21st century started.
I'm with some wonderful people today. We have Mr. Jumpman, just joined the stream.
Good evening.
How about Mr. Jacob Starr?
Edify Crabapple!
Okay. Mr. Alibaba, if that's how he goes by.
Miss Alibaba, but
oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Thanks.
Apologies.
Good to be here.
And Alexander Smith of They Create Worlds.
Hello.
Who I saw in person very recently.
That's right.
We had a good old fun time at the Midwest Gaming Classic, and the subject that's coming up is going to be related to such things. How are you recovering after your Illinois journey, Mr. Smith?
Oh, I'm doing okay.
Right on. You've settled back into corporate life?
Indeed, something like that.
Until September, in which time Dragon Con will be upon you once more.
That's right.
And we'll see about that. I have to worry about, at the end of July, going to the Strong Museum to present. So that'll be fun.
Yes, it is Ethan's mission to save all of the games, is my understanding.
I am going to save the games. With the definite article. All right, let's forge ahead. The Ultimate History of Video Games Volume 2, Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, and the Billion-Dollar Battle to Shape Modern Gaming by Stephen L. Kent. All right, Chapter 3 instead, Nintendo in third. Jumpman, can you start us off?
There are only 11 or 12 people here. Well, less than 20, including security.
Billy Berghammer, founder, Planet GameCube.
I know that quote whets my appetite for the chapter to come.
Alex.
It was a cutthroat time for consoles. Remember some of those ads? If you still want a Saturn, your head is in Uranus. I think that was from Sony.
I mean...
It was a raw age of marketing. I hate to say it, but I kind of miss it.
Andrew Reiner, Editor-in-Chief, Game Informer. Of course he would miss it, because he got ad money for it. Recovering from a free fall. Capitalized. In the 16 years since the launch of the Famicom family computer, Nintendo, or slash FC slash NES slash whatever it was before, Nintendo had gone from controlling 93% of worldwide market to worldwide. I don't know that that's true. To 52% with the Super Famicom. What does it say? This is a rather informal statistic, compares Super NES slash Super Famicom slash
SNES.
Worldwide sales of the 49 million versus 35 million Genesis slash Mega Drive consoles and 10 million TurboGrafx slash PC consoles. It ignores less successful competitors such as Neo Geo. Well, then it's not a very good comparison, is it? Just leave out some statistics.
So he was doing his own math on completely unofficial figures, other than the Nintendo one, because they give their official figures.
Yes. And finally,
remember, folks, if you're ever going to make a comparison, just ignore any counter examples. It will always work.
And finally, a 24% share with N64. Compares 33 million N64s against 122 million PlayStations and 9 million Saturn. But one of the problems with doing this comparison is that you're using the cumulative total life, but you don't know what it is per time that the things are actually on the market. And in the Saturn's case, it got off the market before either of those. So you can't really compare the end of Saturn sales to the end of PS1 sales. Doesn't make sense.
No. That's
wasn't the PS1 like
that's like
selling
Chewbacca
for like decades
living
after.
with the Wookiee, with the Ewoks. It doesn't make sense.
Yes. It just doesn't make sense. Ignoring such systems as the 3DO Interactive Multiplayer, Bandai Pippin, Atari Jaguar, and Dreamcast. Yes, definitely the Bandai Pippin is the one you need to acknowledge here.
Yeah, and yeah, the PlayStation was on store shelves for 10 years. Just saying.
Whereas the Saturn stopped even being made after I think 1998. I just read this somewhere.
Don't think that's true because I
98
think
or 99. It might have been 99. 98 was definitely when they were stopping most support, though.
Yeah, because they were moving to Dreamcast, and yeah, that makes sense as a typical life cycle. As Dreamcast was discontinued in 2001 and N64 sales continued in 2002, the systems were competitors. And why didn't you put it in the statistic? That doesn't make any sense. Anyways.
We have to acquit Nintendo because it doesn't make any sense. We must acquit.
Competing against Sony, Nintendo lost more than half of the market. Okay. Even when things went
right... Do the math, Ethan. Do the math.
Half of half. Even
if
when
there's no dev kit, you must acquit.
Even when things went right with the N64, they had a way of backfiring. The system's 3-handled gamepad included an analog control stick, a breakthrough innovation that dramatically changed the way players controlled their on-screen avatars in 3D worlds. When he unveiled the N64, Nintendo chairman Hiroshi Yamauchi declared,
it's alright.
If you think this is just another gamepad, then you know nothing about gaming.
He was right, and Sony clearly agreed. The tech giant added dual analog controllers to its GameStation gamepads the following year. Not as a default. The DualShock was a separate... Well, not DualShock, but the one before that was a separate thing.
It was.
It was an add-on. In head-to-head comparisons, PlayStation overpowered N64. Its geometry transformation engine... geometry transformation engine? I thought it was just the geometry engine. Graphics processing unit, GPU, generated 360,000 polygons per second, easily outpacing N64's reality coprocessor, which specialized in megapixels instead of polygons.
Okay, maybe he's going to say this in the footnote, but no, he's not. So that 360,000 polygons per second is with 0 effects running. No fog effects, no lighting, no nothing.
Which is why a lot of prominent games you might have heard of trying to push the limits had to deal with not having textures on them.
Exactly. So, I mean, I'm not here because I'd have to get deeper into the specs to know which one most people truly consider
Go
the most
check
powerful,
out Copetti.
Copetti.
Yeah,
Copetti.
Copetti knows.
But that is not a fair comparison because he should be comparing under field conditions, not under maximum ideal conditions.
Yeah, and I mean, the comparison, I was an N64 guy, but the PlayStation ultimately had games with more stuff in them, and that was kind of the indicator that it carried more weight in terms of like a game experience.
And again, I'm not super technical on this stuff, but I'm not sure this point he's making about polygons because in 1996, Super Mario 64 was fully polygonal. Resident Evil was not. I mean, there were overall a lot more truly fully polygonal games. I mean, not a lot more just because there were so many PlayStation games, but like there were a lot of games cheating on the PlayStation and not doing true 3D, whereas N64 games tended to be fully polygonal.
Well, Alex, you're forgetting the most important comparison. Bubsy 3D.
Yeah. Now, if you want to talk textures, then the conversation gets more interesting. But just talking about polygons, this is not... No, Kent, no.
PlayStation's greater polygon count translated into clearer, sharper images, while Nintendo's megapixels handed a wider array of textures. The characters and objects in N64 games often looked like inflatable toys.
Yeah, so he's confusing textures and pixels with polygons. He's mixing his...
That's an art style thing, and I mean, like the thing is about most N64 games is that the camera's zoomed in. But the PS1 games, the camera zoomed out. So it's hard to, like, compare directly if you're like, that looks like a toy and this looks like, quote-unquote, real or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, and then the N64 games had some pretty stretched and blurry textures,
Yes.
which is why they tended to default to using more, solid colors for a lot of things. But that has nothing to do with its polygon abilities. Its polygon abilities and its texturing abilities are two different abilities.
And also, the thing you're saying about texturing as well, you have to consider the CRT effect. You know how a CRT naturally softens images anyway, so would it have really looked that bad at the time?
Absolutely.
I mean, it looked pretty good to me. But I was a kid.
I had no complaints.
PS1 was the best design of its generation. Saturn was nuts, and N64's push to SGI pixels was technologically premature. Taken from a tweet Carmack posted in February 21st, 2013. Okay, whatever. John Carmack, co-founder id Software. They hated Nintendo. Like, why would he say anything nice about them?
Yeah.
Then there was the nagging cartridge problem, which sprang from Yamauchi's fear of piracy. Since compact discs were infinitely easier to copy, Yamauchi opted to continue publishing Nintendo's games on cartridges. Having been a mainstay of gaming since the Fairchild Channel F introduced in 1978, cartridges booted quickly, but EEPROM chips used in cartridges were expensive and offered limited storage space. Here we go. The concept of storing games on interchangeable cartridges was developed for the Channel F by Gerald Lawson. No, it was not. He said so in a goddamn deposition, baby. Readers wishing to learn more about Lawson would do well to watch a Netflix documentary called High Score, in which his family is interviewed.
People should read the work of Binge Edwards. Binge Edwards.
Who talked to him when he was alive, and he lied, but, that was... not Benj.
Yes. But also talk to the real inventors of the cartridge.
Or you can watch the video on Gaming Historian, which synthesizes much of that research.
Indeed.
A standard disk could store 700 megabytes of data and had a manufacturing cost of less than $1. Depending on the size of the game, N64 cartridges generally cost around $20 to produce, with a few of the larger games reportedly costing twice as much. It would be nice to cite a report if you're going to say reportedly, if this is a big point that you're trying to make here. His general idea is correct. I have seen stuff that says that this is correct, at least, but I'm not sure about $20 because selling for $60, it's a little far out. But you need to have authority behind these things. Come on, man.
But Kent is the authority.
So says Wikipedia. When PlayStation games didn't fit on a single CD-ROM, Sony simply added another disc. It's not Sony that you're talking about here. The original version of Final Fantasy VII came on 3 CDs. Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy IX came out in 4-disc sets.
Yes, that's a typo.
It's
a
rendered
typo.
13.
He meant,
it's 13. Okay, I see.
but he meant Final Fantasy VIII. It's a typo.
That's why I got confused. I saw the X.
13 is the one that Yahtzee Croshaw reviewed and absolutely eviscerated.
It's the one where you just walk down a corridor all the time and it's not good. And I will hear nothing of it. Hello, FTB.
Hello.
Riven, the sequel to the Mac PC sensation Myst, which has been in the conversation recently, was published on a 5 CD set. But that's not or maybe they did it on PlayStation like that too. I mean, it would make sense. But I know Riven had a ton of discs on PC as well. This gave PlayStation games...
one for each island, and it's annoying when you're doing the really big puzzle with the tram.
This gave PlayStation games nearly unlimited space, for data-intense features such as audio files and video clips. But they were all bad.
Yeah, worry about that.
Yeah,
they're compressed as hell.
Exactly. And it's not unlimited because, you can switch discs, but there has to be enough space to render everything that's on the screen at one moment. You can't switch discs in the middle of a cutscene.
Lack of ROM space didn't actually make Nintendo games smaller than their competitors. Like I said, in general, yes. Nintendo's specific games, they knew how to get the most out of it. But, like, in totality, like, a game like Medieval probably has as much stuff as Ocarina of Time does. Titles like Super Mario 64 and The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time were set in enormous worlds, but the prohibitive cost of EPROM storage prevented Nintendo from adding audio and video files.
Yes, because Mario doesn't make a noise when he jumps about in 64.
Yahoo!
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
The N64 did not have
conversationalist. Notable conversationalist Link. I mean, my God, he's like the Morden Planescape torment. He won't shut up.
The PlayStation blockbuster Resident Evil began with a live-action video of monsters massacring a rescue team as they landed outside Raccoon City. No, that's wrong. That's incorrect. They're outside the mansion. They're not anywhere near the city. And it wasn't the live-action thing added later. Wasn't the original version didn't have that? I can't remember.
No, it did.
Okay. Well, it's not outside Raccoon City.
Let's say miles outside of Raccoon City in like the first couple sentences of the game.
Well, but it's not. Yeah, like way outside. It's not really near the city. Anyways, the PlayStation version of the original Need for Speed, I should be said, included video clips of a trash-talking driver offering racing tips. By comparison, the voice acting in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, I thought you said there were no audio files, was limited to Navi the fairy screaming, "Hey, listen!" and "Watch out!" I believe I've said this on stream before, but I did play Navi in a machinima once.
Wow.
So.
Intriguing.
That's my reprisal of my role. Japan's sagging economy only worsened Nintendo's situation. Video games were losing ground to Japan, which had long been the most lucrative market. Historically, Europeans purchased the most hardware and the least software. What? Since the video game industry was based on the Gillette's razor model of giving away the razors so you could sell the blades, having low attach rates made markets unprofitable. Companies like Nintendo and Sony sold their hardware systems for a loss or negligible profit and made money by selling and licensing software.
Hey, the Gillette's razor model was recently on a question on Lateral.
Fun. Yeah, I mean, we don't... Some people have said, like, Nintendo is the only company that sells their hardware at a profit. We don't really know. Like, I don't think there's any numbers out there specifically. In the NES era, that was definitely true, especially because they didn't change the price through the whole thing.
Also, the European market is so tied to computers and differs from country to country. That's just not a statement you can make. You can make it for Philips in Dutch areas, but other than that, like it's very different. Depends on where you are in the world.
Yeah, we're talking past the computer era, though. This is when people aren't buying computers solely for playing games in the 90s. I mean, I don't know. Like, he doesn't cite his source. Like, what is the European tie ratio? But let's continue. During the PlayStation N64 generation, at least he's not using the generations tag, the European tie ratio, the number of games consumers purchased for their consoles, was 7 games per console. The North American attach rate was 9 games per console. Like, that can't possibly make that big of a difference in terms of the profit coming in. In Japan, the rate was 14 per console, but Japanese game sales dropped precipitously in the late 1990s. Analysts blame much of this drop on the Japanese mobile phone operator Docomo's introduction of iMode internet service for their cellular phones. You talked about this in the previous chapter. Why do we need to go over it again?
It's not entirely accurate.
Instead of buying video games, formerly game-crazy teens were now spending their money sending text messages to one another. FTB, you want to take that?
The center of interest among young people is diversifying. Cell phones are very big in Japan, and so unless the game industry comes up with different types and concepts of games, like, for example, network games, we will suffer. Game graphics definitely are improving, but gameplay itself hasn't changed. Also, I'm pretty sure I said this in the 2000s, and I've been unstuck from time. Please help.
Isao Oguchi. Instead of acknowledging mobile phones as a threat, Nintendo executives described this shift a failure of the game industry. If the market went down, it was because companies weren't publishing good enough games to attract customers. Jumpman, you are being chosen to play Iwata.
Okay.
Will you take this sacred role?
I'll try. I mean, obviously, I don't have a hope in hell of walking in his footsteps, but I'll try. A lot of people have put forth the theory that the Japanese telephone industry has taken away a lot of money from the game industry. What we think is that it is not so much that cell phones are taking away money from games, is that they are taking time away from games. There are a lot of people out there with the new iMode exchanging email and receiving email. The fact of the matter is that people are going to look for their entertainment to come from somewhere, and it does not necessarily have to come from games. A lot of the decline is that there is not much fresh innovation and fresh joy in the gaming industry as a whole, so people are more attracted to iMode email. It's a question of creating the kind of excitement that is going to bring people back to the game industry.
Toru Iwata, inexplicably British, director and general manager of corporate planning, Nintendo. Welcome, Kate.
I was like, what is going on in here? Oh no. Oh no.
We are here. In May 1999, Nintendo of America formally announced plans for the next generation console codenamed Project Dolphin. The following year, Nintendo began its E3 press conference by announcing that Dolphin would feature a 485 megahertz IBM PC-powered CPU and an ATI graphics processor. Yes, the Power PC. Who remembers the Power PC?
I worked on them for many years.
Not Jimmy Mayer, the digital antiquarian, because he was like, and after the mid-90s, they were never heard from again, and I had to actually him about all the video game consoles it was in after that.
And what he is not at all going to mention is that the people at ATI were all the people who defected from the SGI to go and make video games, including the lead hardware architect of the N64.
Yep.
On the surface, Dolphin didn't sound all that impressive. Nintendo of America's CEO Howard Lincoln claimed its graphics processor rendered 12 million polygons per second, far less than the 75 million polygons per second rendered by PlayStation 2's Emotion engine. Nintendo's 12 million polygons, however, included 8 layers of texturing, lighting, and other effects. Sony's vaunted 75 million figure referred to flat, untextured polygons.
Okay, so now you mention that. On the PlayStation 1, you're like, look at the polygon difference. Now you're like, well, actually, it only renders that many if you don't do all this other stuff. Like, make up your mind, Kent.
According to Lincoln, Dolphin would be released in 2000, the same year Sony planned to release PlayStation 2. Alibaba, do you want to read a quote?
Sure.
All right.
Let's see. We were involved with the design of the GameCube before it ever existed. We actually had meetings years before, which I believe started in early 99, between Nintendo Technology and ArtX at the time, now they're ATI, and myself and a ton of the key tech people at Factor 5. We were exclusively brought on to basically design the sound portion of the hardware together with the Nintendo guys, but of course we were also opinionated about the graphics. We had long discussions on the N64 and the shortcomings of the N64 since we did some of the games which actually pushed the hardware. So when finally the first prototype chip arrived, we were all, of course, sweating like crazy. Apparently they had the same thing with the N64, and then when the real Silicon arrived, it was quite a disappointment. In this case, we drove down to Silicon Valley to ArtX for the first graphics test on the platform, and were just blown away by how little problems we had getting cool performance out of it. That was always the strength of the GameCube and the Wii later on, that the chipset was 100% predictable and that it always delivered the performance that was promised.
Julian Egbrecht, co-founder and creative director, Factor 5. I mean, I was definitely impressed by the Factor 5 stuff back in the day. I played their Rogue Squadron games. Right up until the PlayStation 2 launch, Nintendo maintained that both Dolphin and Game Boy Advance would come out later that year. On March 1st, with the PS2 launch 3 days away, corporate communications manager Hiroshi Yamanishi admitted that while Nintendo still hoped to release both systems in Japan in 2000, the worldwide releases were still a year away. Things went from bad to worse for Nintendo when PlayStation 2 went on sale. Nintendo chairman Hiroshi Yamauchi pretended not to care about Sony's success, but when asked about the console, the notoriously outspoken Yamauchi commented,
"The DVD player, it's well worth the money. As a game system, it has a few problems. It's just too hard to make software for it."
Nintendo had internal problems to sort out. The Kyoto Giants' cultural dislike of third-party publishers was driving good game companies away. Sony openly courted third-party partners. No, Yamauchi grudgingly licensed their games for his consoles. In his eyes, Nintendo consoles were mechanisms for marketing Nintendo-made games. That needs a big ol' citation right there. That kind of claim you can't just throw out there, Kent. We can pretend that Nintendo is the most stubborn, poo-poo on everybody company in existence, but you can't just say that stuff. You gotta have some actual things to back it up. He saw outside publishers as something akin to scalpers selling tickets outside a concert. Oh, that is far too far. You can't say that. Personal views aside, Yamauchi had
there's definitely some contractors that they worked with across their lifetime that they had a very positive relationship, notably HAL Labs. Like, that's a very strange assumption to make.
Yes. Yeah. Personal views.
For 5.
Yeah. Well,
I just heard from them. I know that Nintendo published their stuff. I'm just saying.
I mean, they all
hated them so much they had them work on their systems. How dare they?
Personal views aside, Yamauchi had a thorough understanding of how the industry worked. During the glory days of the Famicom/NES/Nintendo Entertainment System, at a time when Nintendo largely controlled the industry, he successfully bullied third-party companies into agreeing to onerous conditions, such as limiting the number of cartridges they could produce and preventing them from publishing games on multiple systems. Jumpman, I believe this was you.
But Nintendo's business model was different because the model for Nintendo was clear. Nintendo wins. End of story.
And yet, Yamauchi was deeply offended when old partners joined on with Sony. Not only had Squaresoft announced that Final Fantasy VII would be a PlayStation exclusive, but there were rumors Square executives had persuaded other companies to abandon Nintendo as well. But where? I hear this many times, but where?
I think Kent made a similar claim in the first book. I think he may be obliquely referring to Enix. Now, I don't know if there's any truth to it, but I think that's what Kent is referring to.
Except he doesn't acknowledge that Enix is a company worth acknowledging. So. Square is what matters. Square made Nintendo, okay? When asked about Squaresoft at the time, Yamauchi told a reporter,
"We do not have a contract with Square, and do not plan to even consider a contract in the future."
Given Yamauchi's view of third-party publishers, it's no surprise that Nintendo showed little interest in handing out Dolphin development kits. When asked what he thought about Dolphin in an interview, Namco Senior Vice President Shukuo Ishikawa expressed his frustration. Jacob.
Our R&D team went to meet with Nintendo a month ago, and even at that meeting, we were given nothing more than what's already been published.
I mean, Namco had a specific relationship with Nintendo that makes this quite an exceptional case.
Yes.
By summer 2000, several game companies in Japan and the United States had received development kits for the upcoming Game Boy Advance. None of these companies, however, had received development kits for Dolphin. I mean,
and of course that's another important point. It's like, how many third-party games were on the handheld systems? I mean, Nintendo loved having third parties on their systems. It's just they wanted a level of control that third parties didn't want to deal with. They had to on handheld. What are they going to do? Publish on the PSP? But
Not yet.
They didn't. But they didn't have. I know it's not out yet, but 2005. But they didn't have to in consoles.
When a reporter asked Nintendo General Manager of Corporate Communications, Hiroshi Yamanishi, "You already introduced this guy. You don't have to do his goddamn whole title. If any companies have received Dolphin dev kits," he answered, FTB. Yamanishi.
Only a select few talented and capable companies.
When the reporter pressed him to name those talented and capable companies, Imanishi only identified two, Rare and Konami. First-party games are games like... Oh my god, this... we're getting this deep into the book. Oh my god.
No.
First-party games are games like Super Mario Bros. And Gran Turismo, which are developed in-house or by a wholly owned studio and published by hardware manufacturers such as Microsoft, Nintendo, and Sony. As Bungie was wholly owned by Microsoft when Halo was released, Halo was considered a first-party game. Third-party titles are games made by... Second-party titles are made by independent developers such as Naughty Dog and Insomniac, studios that create games which are then published by hardware manufacturers. The Uncharted titles, which are developed by Naughty Dog and published by Sony, are second-party titles. Third-party games are published by independent or third-party publishers such as Rockstar, Electronic Arts, or Square Enix. I mean, it shouldn't be Rockstar in this case. It should be Take-Two.
Take-Two. And the Naughty Dog and Insomniac are obviously outdated now.
Yeah, yes. and in fact, though,
Insomniac became independent, didn't they?
Well, now they're part of PlayStation Studios, but they kind of went back and forth.
And I think it might have been outdated at the time the book was published. Probably not at the time he wrote that footnote, but...
Yeah. On August 24th, 2000, Nintendo finally unveiled Project Dolphin at its annual Space World trade show held in the Maruhaka Messe, a large convention center outside Tokyo. In the past...
Makuhari Messe.
Whatever.
Makuhari or Makuhari.
In the past, it's weird because the messe really messes things up because that's a German word. In the past, the Kyoto game giant generally treated it Space World, Space World is what it's called. He got it right. I forgot.
Yes, he did not call it Shoshinkai.
As a show for the local press and industry. But that year, Nintendo changed course and actively invited reporters from all over the world to attend.
Yet a false negative there.
The show began with a video presentation demonstrating what games would look like on Nintendo's new hardware. The quick demonstration ended with the word GameCube filling the screen. Previously known as either Nintendo 2000 or Project Dolphin, the console now had an official name. Wow. I thought they were just going to keep calling it Project Dolphin. Wow, this is such an important moment, guys. That it got a name. Missing from this show was the venerable Hiroshi Yamauchi, sparking rumors about his health and stories about his possibly handing off control of the company to a successor. He hated going to these. He hated doing presentations.
Well, and they had already started this process. He had already brought in what's his name, Dr. Sharp.
Yes.
To be the kind of bridge. I talk about that in one of my episodes. So, like, the succession plan was already happening. People already knew there was a succession plan happening. Like, Nintendo might not have publicly said this is our succession plan, but anyone could see what was happening based on who was being promoted and brought in and demoted, etc. So,
yeah, Yamauchi did he went before the press when he needed to, but he was not a guy who liked being before the press. So
yeah,
hand it off to other people.
He didn't like the Japanese press much either.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, he never went before the English press.
Yeah. No, but I mean. I was just gonna say, but this was. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll let you go first. Sorry.
No, it's just because like there's a game back when the Virtual Boy is coming out. There is a picture of Yamauchi doing a thing trying to hype it up, and he has this look on his face that like is the Milton from Office Space. You know, I'm gonna burn down the building because they took my stapler. And it's even kind of remarked upon, which I thought was kind of funny.
But this was part of the transition plan. Him not being there, and I'd have to look up the name again. Ataguchi, whatever Dr. Sharp's real name is, was the one who did this, was the public face. And that's because they were in the process of transferring management. Like,
one of the Nintendo executives making presentation at Space World 2000 was famed game developer Smokey Joe Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Donkey Kong, Mario, and Zelda games. Not the Zelda games, just Zelda games, some of them. He ran an interactive demo titled Mario 128, referring to the 128 individual three-dimensional Marios bumping into each other on the screen. This demonstration, like most of the ones that would follow, was designed to show GameCube's ability to render an enormous number of autonomous characters all at once. That demo often offered irrefutable proof that GameCube had plenty of processing power. What it lacked was game-like interaction between Miyamoto and the Marios on screen. Audiences wondered if it was a tech demonstration or a game. Miyamoto added to the confusion by referring to it as Super Mario 128 as a game in later interviews. It was a tech demo. It's not that hard.
There was probably not a lot of confusion about it being a tech demo. I mean, I assume Kent was there, but still.
Yeah, I remember, I've watched some videos where people say it wasn't clear if this was supposed to be a game or not, and then they say, like, oh, it was like the technology that went into Pikmin or whatever. Hidden among the familiar game characters shown on Nintendo's demo reel was a brief clip of a Star Wars game, mostly an incredibly detailed glimpse of an X-Wing fighter as it soared past a desert planet. I wonder what desert planet that could be. I mean, there's like a million of them in Star Wars.
Arrakis. It was Arrakis.
The game looked too good to be true. The fighter was dented and scratched. The rotating planet in the background was smooth and textured. Oh, most people dismissed it as a graphics demonstration or maybe a cut scene. It wasn't. The entire game looked that good. Alibaba.
Right. We started work on Star Wars Rogue Squadron Rogue Leader 2 19 days before the Space World Showcase. I happen to know that because we drove down to Silicon Valley, Thomas Engel and I did. They had the first prototype chip going there. This was before Nintendo Japan got their first prototype, so we were the first ones together with ArtX people playing around on the actual chipset. And it was 20 days before the Space World unveiling. We said, okay, somebody needs to do a real-time demo for the damn thing. We assumed, quite frankly, that Japan was working on real-time demos. I had heard that Miyamoto's group was working on stuff. They were planning on a big Mario demo or something. I had been working on models under the assumption that we would do a Rogue Squadron sequel, so we had started work on the art a little earlier, but not much earlier. We told LucasArts and Nintendo that we would attempt in those 19 days to get together a playable demo and a real-time flyby demo. They thought we were crazy. That motivated the whole group, and no one slept for 19 days.
I think that kills people.
I think I saw that.
That'll induce psychosis.
After all the talk about 128-bit architecture, power PC processors, textured polygons, and the power to populate games with dozens of autonomous characters, the audience became somewhat flummoxed when the new console turned out to be a purple cube with a big black handle. Sony designers had gone out of their way to give PlayStation 2 the stark simplicity of a stereo component. Microsoft's new Xbox, unveiled at the Consumer Electronics Show earlier that year, looked like a stylized desktop computer. More than anything, Nintendo's new console resembled a child's lunchbox. Oh my god, this whole thing. Nintendo referred to the color as indigo, but it was purple. Okay, Kent.
I mean, we can look up the Pantone if we want to.
Yeah.
Let's.
So,
I'm colorblind. I thought the damn thing was dark blue all this time.
I mean, obviously one can quibble with the final shape, but the reason they did something like that is they got a lot of complaints about the N64, particularly in Japan, where space is at a premium because it was all weird, rounded edges and whatnot, and was a real hog of space because it couldn't fit flush with stuff. And so that's why they created something that would fit flush with just about anything.
except in the back.
Can we get an audio snippet added to the soundboard of Tim Curry saying space?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great? Is there a soundboard? I forget.
Yeah, there is.
Right.
And
There
if
we go.
need be, you can test it out on your own server and put it in.
All right, Julian.
Is that me again?
Yes.
Cool. Look, Nintendo took risks. I think they took the wrong risks with GameCube. I love the little handle and everything, but clearly the cube design was inspired by the Apple flop that Jobs just had, the Apple Power Mac G4 Cube. It was a gorgeous design, but it totally flopped, and it was clearly the design inspiration for the GameCube. Then they put the handle there, which suggests you have portability, but in reality, you don't have portability. It was a strange choice, as was the purple color.
I mean, you do in so much as you can.
Google insists on putting forward the color of the year 2022, which is
I
very
mean,
Perry.
People lugged their Xboxes around to play 16-player Halo. I'm sure they would have loved to have a handle.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's like the old TV sets you used to get with handles on the top as well.
Really?
And I mean the Apple
yeah.
design. I mean, like, yeah, the G4 flop, but yeah, no one's going to call the iMac a flop, and that was pretty similar. Like, I don't know where he's at with that.
Yes, I remember the IMAX. I think it's FTB as Mike Fisher.
Looking at the controller, to me, it looked like the kind of maps they give you at amusement parks. There were all these colors and shapes.
Oh, you cut out. Is that just on my end?
No, he got out.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, I don't
he's
hear
gone.
anything.
Give him a moment. All right, I'll read it from there.
No, I'm here, but it's
sorry.
I don't have the next page.
Can you read that again because you cut out?
Yeah, but you have
sure.
to take the page back, I think.
Looking at the controller, to me, it looked like the kind of maps they give you at amusement parks. There were all these colors and shapes. I didn't know what to make of it, but when you put it in your hand, it felt very natural. They had their own funky mini disc. I looked at it and I remember thinking they marched to the beat of their own drummer like nobody else.
Mike Fisher. I love the GameCube controller. I'm just one of those guys, okay? I haven't bought the updated one or whatever that has more stuff on it, but I love the springs. I love the feel in my hands, and yeah, I will not accept anybody saying that it was a bad design. It was not. It's just not standardized.
Yeah, no, it's a good design, and they deliberately, because Miyamoto talked about this in one interview somewhere, they deliberately made it so that the buttons that you use all the time, like the A button, were bigger and more comfortable.
Yeah.
Like that was all deliberate ergonomic choice.
But people judge it when they like pull back and they're just looking at it. So, it looks like a toy. It's a controller, man. Like, it's meant to just feel like it's supposed to in your hand, and it does.
And compared to what, all the Mad Catz stuff?
Yeah.
Shaped like a lunchbox, again, that comparison. Attached to a controller that looked like a map in an amusement park. You're just parroting your interview subjects? Come on. Come up with some better metaphors.
I'm beginning to think Mr. Kent here doesn't like the GameCube.
and built with a company with a reputation for being the Disney of the video game industry, GameCube was easily dismissed as a toy.
Christ, mate, what did Nintendo run over your cat or something? Jeez.
God forbid a machine for playing.
Replace accidentally with repeatedly and cat with done.
You have to understand that when Kent was a small child, he was knocked over by an old man, or at least an older man in his eyes, and that man, Hiroshi Yamauchi, who stole his lunchbox. And then every time he sees the GameCube, his brain flashes back to that dramatic event.
For the next several years, Microsoft and Sony executives lavished Nintendo with backhanded compliments, describing it as a toy company rather than a serious rival. There were the serious technology companies, they said, Nintendo was different because it targeted a younger demographic. Jacob.
Let's see. Nintendo's next generation gaming console, the GameCube, is a lean machine that promises to give Sony's PlayStation 2 and Microsoft's Xbox a run for their money. In the Nintendo corner is a compact purple toy-like cube. In the opposition's corner are two bulky black computer-like boxes.
Alfred Hermida, BBC News, from a thing from 2001. Alex, you as Robbie Bach.
This is Perrin Kaplan, but...
Oh, is it? No,
Yeah,
it says... Oh, okay, it's
No.
Robbie Bach in the next bit. Jumpman, Perrin Kaplan.
I remember going up to N64 with all the curtains closed. The Japan team laid out the GameCubes in every color so we could look at them. And I'm telling you, every color. From Pepto-Bismol pink to sand and flesh-colored cases. All the way up to bright red. There was probably 20 of the bastards. It was like Wonderland. But there were so many colors that you'd be like, whoa, ew, no. That army green? Ugh, no. And other sound effects, which I'm going to be releasing on recording later. We came out of there saying that we really liked the gold, the silver, the black. I think maybe even the red. We said, we think the purple's fine, but we still don't think you should launch with it. That was overruled, and we launched with the purple.
Perrin Kaplan, former Vice President of Corporate Affairs, Nintendo of America.
That's not too far off from what I heard about the icy flavor lab that they had, where they tried different flavors like buttered popcorn and chocolate for their icy machines, and a lot of them just got rejected for obvious reasons.
Nintendo is a really great company, but with respect, a great toy company.
You see, you did this whole thing up here, backhanded compliment. Just use the quote. Why do you have to describe what the quote is going to say? You do not trust your readers to be able to put two and two together, huh? All right. Microsoft and Sony weren't the only ones associating Nintendo with toys. Alibaba.
Many people felt that the GameCube was designed like a toy.
Nintendo hardware designer Kenichiro Ashida commented.
We realized this, of course, but all Nintendo hardware since the SNES had been designed with that explicit image in mind.
Oh, he's citing Iwata Asks. Oh, okay. When asked by Engadget co-founder Peter Rojas if it was true that Nintendo marketing its objects to Nintendo marketed its products to a younger demographic, Nintendo of America EVP of Sales and Marketing Reggie Fils-Aimé responded, "Jumpman, you shall take the Reggie as well."
It's categorically false. I've forgotten what Reggie sounds like.
Don't worry, you'll develop his voice over time. Alex.
They certainly always positioned us that way, that Nintendo was for kids, that they were more serious. They had the bigger graphics and the better processing and all that. There was a problem. It made it tough for us on the communications and marketing side when we were trying to compete with that.
Beth Llewellyn, former Senior Director of Corporate Communications, Nintendo of America. Future interview subject for Alex Smith. Relying on a legacy. PlayStation 2 entered the market with better momentum and a one-year head start, but the Nintendo brand had legions of fans, and those fans were deeply loyal. 2 generations had grown up playing Nintendo games, migrating from NES/Famicom to Super NES/Super Famicom/Super Nintendo, and then onto the N64/Nintendo 64. When these people said the word video game, they meant Nintendo. Of Nintendo's legion of fans, few people were more loyal than Billy Berghammer, the creator of the fledgling website called Planet GameCube. Okay, he's gonna be a major character later renamed Nintendo World Report. Recently laid off and partially dependent on unemployment checks at the time, Berghammer couldn't afford to pay writers for contributing to his website, but that didn't matter. Like Billy, his writers adored Nintendo. When games were bad, the writers panned them. When Nintendo made mistakes, they reported them. Above all, though, every article or review was a love letter. Berghammer and his staff weren't just members of some local Mario the Plumber fan club. They were among Nintendo's most hardcore believers.
Has anyone ever called it that? Or does he need to make that differentiation because there are other Marios? Like, I hate to tell you, but the governor of New York was never that popular, so it can't be Mario the governor.
In the months leading up to August 2001, Berghammer decided that he would fly to Japan to cover Space World, August 24th to 26th, and remain there until September 14th, launch of GameCube. To help offset the cost of the trip, he asked his readers for donations. Was it Jacob? I can't remember who did Peter earlier, but Jacob will take it.
Peter, okay.
Billy.
Planet GameCube is planning on attending Space World 2001, but we need your help. Instead of selling Louis' plasma and blood or hawking all of our games, we've decided to take donations through PayPal. We've never before asked for money for our coverage. We're not going to go the subscription route either. The internet has hit some serious rough times, and it has knocked us around pretty good. Japan isn't the cheapest country in the world as well. We're not asking for much, but a small donation will help us get there. Any help from you, the reader, would be more than appreciated.
Louis, Berghammer's beloved cat, played a prominent role in Planet GameCube's culture. Okay.
Saying a joke about selling his cat's plasma? Jesus Christ. Sorry, I have 3 cats, though.
We are in a more enlightened time.
Do you need that much plasma?
Berghammer lived as cheaply as possible in Tokyo, and when Nintendo kicked off Space World with a press conference in the Tokyo International Exhibition Center, he was there. He attended all 3 launch days of Space World, then remained in Japan to write about the GameCube launch. Space World 2001 opened with video clips and teasers of many of Nintendo's most popular franchises, along with trailers of previously unannounced launch titles, Luigi's Mansion and Wave Race Blue Storm. Wave Race did not come out at the launch. Nintendo showed brief snatches of a Super Smash Bros. Game, Meteoroid, Star Fox, and a new horror project called Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. Nintendo also showed a trailer for an upcoming Zelda game. In the trailer, 5 moblins, bipedal enemies with boar-like faces, chase a seemingly preteen Link down a hallway. Not only had Link gotten noticeably younger, the art style of the game had switched from a detailed animation to cell shading, a style of animation with a hand-drawn and decidedly cartoon-like look.
Bastards.
Having seen footage of a more adult-looking Zelda game of the previous Space World, the fans didn't initially like what they saw. Disappointed fans sometimes referred to the game as Zelda. It was the end. Nintendo was over. You can't possibly.
People really were pissed at the time.
Yes, I mean that is very much true. It's just
it's dumb, but it's true.
In retrospect, it was,
idiotic.
Yeah, not that Wind Waker doesn't have a lot of problems, but it's
enough water.
Yes, too much water. But
yeah, I remember I was watching something with Becca, and they mentioned and the second player can work as a guide for the ocean segments in Wind Waker, and I was like, oh, that's how it's supposed to be played. God damn it.
Unveiled at Nintendo Space World Convention in 2001, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker caused an immediate uproar. And again, he's going to cite stuff that's only from the US. So that's something that needs to be clarified. Japanese gamers, as far as I know, I've never seen anything that it extended to the other side of the Pacific. Never ever. Or maybe even across the Atlantic. I don't know. Yeah, I've just never seen anything. It's always focused on IGN forums. That's what we're talking about. What are we actually citing here?
Yeah, IGN and GameFAQs were the big, really angry people.
Just when I was saying that Nintendo caters to old school gamers, they go and make a Zelda frigging puppet show for 5-year-olds, wrote one gamer on the site. I just hope this is a cruel joke, said someone else. Another simply wrote,
The new Zelda looks great. For me to poop on.
oh boy.
I wonder where those people are now.
Alibaba.
Alright. During that era, Nintendo made a lot of mistakes and it simply didn't gel together. The choice and cadence of games. So, for example, that they basically led with a photorealist demo of Zelda, and then everybody was expecting that, and then Eiji Aonuma goes completely against that. Wind Waker was a fantastic experience. I loved the game, don't get me wrong, but it was a slap in the face when the console was struggling at the time.
What is the complaint? Like, why is that a problem? It's a perception thing. It still sold quite well. Like,
well, and I do think that having an adult Link and a more photorealistic style demo, and then that, like, it felt like a bait and switch, like that one time at E3 when Metal Gear Solid 2, the Solid Snake game, was shown.
And well, I mean, that game still sold quite well, and people
so did
continued
Wind
like
Waker.
the experience. Yeah. So like.
But I do think Egbrecht is right here, that like part of it was because they showed something else, and like I'm not defending it. I think it's all dumb, and I loved Wind Waker, but like there probably wouldn't have been as much outrage if they hadn't seen that other demo first.
Though he'd never visited Japan before, Berghammer had followed other console launches closely. He knew about the hubbub surrounding the PlayStation 2 launch. He'd read about the lines and traffic problems Nintendo caused the day it released the Super Famicom/SNES. Expecting a similar excitement around the GameCube, Berghammer visited Akihabara to see flyers, posters, and in-store displays. What he found was underwhelming.
I expected a lot more promotion, but even before Space World, there was nothing in Akihabara. This is the place to be. If you're going to promote something, this is the place to go. Week after Space World, me and another staff member literally had to hunt around Akihabara to find a GameCube promotion. Just a brochure, a flyer. Flyers here, I mean, they make flyers for everything. For Monkey Ball, you can find flyers everywhere.
Thank you, Kermit.
In the days leading up to the big event, there wasn't much excitement about GameCube. People didn't fly in from around the world. Reuters and Bloomberg didn't send reporters to Akihabara to roam the streets. Retailer didn't run out of inventory. It's such a shame. The international press might have covered the launch more closely had it taken place 1 week earlier, but on the morning of September 11th, 2001, terrorists hijacked and crashed 4 passenger jets in the United States, destroying the World Trade Center. News shows, magazines, and newspapers that might have planned on running Nintendo stories suddenly turned their attention to international terrorism.
How did he get that wrong? It was 2 planes and one at the Pentagon and one was brought down in another. Like, that's a very basic historical fact, Stephen Kent. Also,
he said he crashed 4 into the World Trade Center. Okay.
Well, he said crashed 4 into the United States. He was just he was alighting.
It's a little simplified.
Given that paragraph, though, he's implying that Zelda caused 9/11.
And also the World Trade Center is more than just the Twin Towers, and like one of the smaller
building 7 was the other one, yeah.
One of the smaller buildings also collapsed.
I was there.
They didn't actually destroy the entire World Trade Center. Just
what I like here is the implication
the two top towers in Building 7 were destroyed, and the subway station under it. I was the guy that took the pictures of the subway station with a bunch of other people. So.
Oh, geez, I had no idea.
Yeah, bit of. Not something I'd ever want to repeat, but I don't understand how somebody can get such a basic fact, kind of whatever. Anyway, I don't think it has anything to do with newspaper coverage at the time. There was other international things going on in the wake of it, and the stuff in London where we're being covered. Like nobody's going to be like, oh, if only there weren't all these terrorists, for we had all this GameCube all this Nintendo coverage planned. That's insane.
Yeah, I was trying to say, like, Wolf Blitzer wasn't planning to cover the launch of the GameCube.
Well, after the 11th, of course, we'll never forget him going down there and reporting in a sad Mario costume.
PlayStation 2 may have disappeared from store shelves by mid-morning on its launch day, but on the day GameCube debuted in stores, still had GameCubes stacked on their shelves at lunchtime. Nintendo shipped 450,000 GameCube consoles and sold fewer than 300,000 in one day. Oh, it's such a tragedy. In the post-mortem, people suggested many reasons for the low sales. One of the most cited reasons involved the games, or rather, the lack of one in particular. The NES/Famicom might never have become the international sensation it did if it hadn't been launched with Super Mario Brothers. But when Nintendo launched the Super NES/Super Famicom, Super Mario World came packed in with the hardware. No, not the Super Famicom. It didn't.
Yeah, not in Japan. It didn't.
Oh.
Yeah. I think we should just accept the fact that at this point, Kent knows about the United States and Japan. It's just some kind of warped funhouse mirror hallucination that he sees outside his window.
Sold separately, Super Mario 64 sold at a nearly 1-to-1 ratio with the N64. I'm fairly certain it got bundled at one point. As I recall, it was inside my console when I got it in
it probably
1999.
did at one point, but it definitely was not at launch.
Yes, I know that.
Speak to that.
Virtually everybody who picked up the console purchased the game to go with it. There was no Mario Bros. Game when the GameCube launched. Imagine if they put just the regular Mario Bros. in it.
There was no Mario Bros. Game when the N64 launched.
The only games available were Luigi's Mansion, Wave Race Blue Storm, and Super Monkey Ball.
Wait, hang on a second. At launch, there was Luigi's Mansion. That's your Mario game.
But it's not Mario Brothers game.
He doesn't acknowledge the existence of Luigi. In his mind, Luigi is adopted.
Well, the Mario Brothers are in it. It's just the players are switched, but they're still there.
Why didn't he just say there was no Mario game? Like,
Yeah.
Luigi is one of the brothers.
Jacob.
So,
Personally, I was disappointed that Mario wasn't available for launch. I thought Nintendo was holding it secret because they were keeping a lot of things secret. Unfortunately, I was wrong.
Crack reporter there. We, on the PR side, were a little bit concerned because we had always had a Mario title. When we launched a hardware platform, there was an expectation that there would be a Mario game. In hindsight, would it have been nicer to have more games at launch? We always wish that we had a bigger library that we could talk about at launch, but with Nintendo, launching with a big, huge library wasn't their tradition.
I mean, that is true. Like,
That's true.
The NES came out in special circumstances that they had 17 games or whatever on it.
Yeah, the Japanese launch had 3.
Yes, so the SNES had 2, Pilot Wings and Super Mario World. And again with the N64, Pilot Wings and Mario 64, and then the Mahjong game. Yeah, in Japan. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, generally they didn't. And I mean, in general, most consoles didn't, only if they're riding on the back of some big success. PlayStation 2 had like 20 launch titles. Nobody remembers any of those launch titles, but they were there. There were other problems as well. Several people
Time Splitter, maybe? I don't remember.
No, they were like, it's not any of the good ones you remember. It was a lot of sports and racing titles. Several people blamed GameCube's game disc media for the low sales. PlayStation 2 played DVDs. Microsoft had already announced Xbox could be used as a DVD player as well. On December 13th, 2001, Panasonic released a combination GameCube DVD player called The Q, which was discontinued in 2003. Yeah, but they cost like $600 or something.
Yeah, thank you so much, footnote number 9. Though, I mean, it is true, the PlayStation sold, which he talked about correctly, the PlayStation 2 sold more as a DVD player than a game system at launch. So
The hardware is somewhat irrelevant. It's not what goes into the box that's important. It's the gaming experience that comes out of it. The key determinant of success for any player in the market is the quality of the games. We want to do nothing else but allow game players to play great games. David Gosen, Managing Director, Nintendo of Europe. Quotes pulled out of order. You can't do that. You can't do that, Kent. That's
quotes pulled out of order. And isn't it Nintendo Europe? It's Nintendo
Yeah.
of America, but it's not Nintendo of Europe, I don't
The
think.
quality of the games, the hardware is somewhat irrelevant.
The Nintendo made several mistakes taken on their own. None of these mistakes represented irreparable damage, but in the aggregate, they set Nintendo back. Beyond the purple cube and the lack of a Mario game at launch, Nintendo had 2 more salient issues to contend with. The market had evolved. When it came to marketing consoles, cute no longer cut it. The second issue at hand was how to compete with Sony. Nintendo had gotten away with mistakes during the console wars with Sega. Censoring Mortal Kombat on the SNES was one of the number of mistakes that Nintendo learned from and avoided in the future. With Sony as its chief competitor, the market was not nearly as forgiving. Going into the future, Nintendo could no longer afford to make mistakes.
So Sony is coming here? Indeed, and he is a lot less forgiving than I am.
It would need to not make them in the first place. And it wasn't just Nintendo. A newer, wealthier competitor was about to enter the market only to find itself in the same situation. When you challenge a company that's doing everything correctly, matching its pace is hard, and falling behind is fatal. Okay. So, as regards to that chapter, I think Kent kind of accidentally touches on something here, but he is not emphasizing it. I don't think it's his intention. The idea that the gaming industry was once playing to professionals in a corporate sense. The stuff like at Tokyo Game Show and E3 was now being seen by a wider audience. So people like the reporters at Planet GameCube and such. Mm-hmm. The internet was changing the way that people were interfacing with games. So you had stuff like in the 2000 Space World demo, in which Nintendo showed that, that Zelda thing that was more realistic, which I believe on the video says not actually a game in development or something. It was there
In
as a tech
tiny
demo.
print, to be fair, though.
Yeah,
It
but
was-
it was not for consumers to look at. It was for retailers to respond to.
Yeah.
So then when they flipped it around and this was their actual vision was Wind Waker, people were not supposed to see the thing that they showed in 2000. And so when they showed this in 2001, it felt like there was a big change. And now corporate communications kind of had to change from being retailer facing to consumer facing. I think that's something that is kind of accidentally emphasized in this chapter.
Yeah. Indeed.
And is going to be more important as we get into the E3 press conferences that people can actually see, starting in 2002. Anyhow.
And we're going to have some fun when we get to 2007, I think.
What do you mean, 6 with the Sony one?
Which is the one with the luchadors and the giant enemy crab and
2006.
2006. Okay, there we go.
Which Chris Chapman of Retro Histories did a video on, which is very good. It has lots of interesting context with it. All right, Chapter 4. But what about Sony?
Here. A computer on every desk in every home.
Microsoft mission statement. And now our buddy Alex and Kate Ed Freeze.
Right. Now, the more he looked at the business case, it became obvious that we were going to lose money. A significant amount of money. $1 billion plus.
Ed Fries, former general manager, Games Group, Microsoft, does not sound like that. In his,
No, that's the point.
yes. In his 17 years and 11 months with Microsoft, I guarantee you this is going to come up again. Ed Fries held multiple titles as he climbed the corporate ladder. Most people do. Like, you don't stay at a company for 17 years
like
and
how
be in the
Ken's
same
just like-
position.
I like how Ken's just like, I'm not typing that. I'm not typing that. I'm just going to say that he rolled.
Anyways, a tough way to make a buck. Microsoft was never in the business of building boxes.
Oh, here we go.
Founded by Bill Gates and Paul Allen in 1975 as Microsoft, short for microcomputer software, Microsoft first rose to international prominence in 1980 when IBM awarded Gates and Allen a contract to create the operating system for its new personal computer business. Microsoft published Microsoft Flight Simulator in 1982 and launched its Microsoft Mouse the following year. What a weird thing to highlight!
Can I also just point out there the whole thing with 1980 and that? Remember that they created Microsoft Basic as well, which was essentially like the standard for Basic for a lot of North American
Not important.
computers.
Not important.
Yeah.
Not important to
Yeah,
Ken.
and also the MSX standard with Nishi.
Not important.
And Microsoft Flight Simulator has elements from another company, and but they weren't the people that invented the mouse either. But well, he does say MS-DOS at least, which is coming shortly. So.
Well, I mean that's what they refer to with the IBM thing. So.
Well, it's all right because the Microsoft mouse is not a box.
In 1985, with most personal computers not really at this time running on MS-DOS,
not if you account for every other country in the world.
Short for Microsoft Disk Operating System, Microsoft introduced Windows as a user-friendly interface that overlaid DOS, allowing users to navigate their computers more easily when it didn't crash.
Objection! There's nothing user-friendly about Windows 1.0.
Yeah, even Windows doesn't like to celebrate Windows 1.0.
Microsoft's Windows
WYSIWYG doesn't come
interface
until 2.
borrowed heavily from the WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, desktop format created by Apple for Macintosh computers, which in turn was inspired by an interface designed by Xerox Corporation.
You can say so, Steven. We know for sure that
that's not what WYSIWYG is.
No.
Even we'll be here all day, even trying to take one scratch out of that.
WYSIWYG is the concept in word processing or desktop publishing where what you see on the screen is exactly what you will get when you print it out. It's another Xerox Spark thing, but it has nothing to do with a GUI interface.
By 1987, Bill Gates had become the world's youngest self-made billionaire. A distinction he would temporarily lose later that year when the New York Stock Exchange dropped 508 points on October 19th, 1987.
Damn you, SNL crisis!
Why is this here? His Black Monday downgrade into the triple-digit millions lasted less than a year, however, and he was soon returned to billionaire status. Okay, he's rich. I get it.
That's...
That time that Bill Gates became slightly less unfathomably rich.
In those early days, Gates had a reputation for being somewhat of a huckster. Critics described him as a snake oil salesman and cocky as well. The ongoing rivalry between Microsoft and Apple would soon be joined by a feud with the WordPerfect Corporation as Microsoft began publishing Word, Excel, and Office during the 1990s.
Word and Excel are part of Office, but okay.
Yeah.
And it was
yeah.
Excel. And Excel is not what it was called initially. During the as Ed Fries will tell you, during the 1990s, riding high on the wave that would later be known as the dot-com boom, Microsoft overtook General Electric as the world's most valuable company.
I think we most often now refer to it as the dot-com.
Oh, but
bubble.
the source that passes Apple, not passes General Electric.
That's an Apple. Yeah, but I'm sure.
Yes.
It is, but... Well, yeah, but this is later.
Yeah.
In 2018, it just
Apple
he didn't decide to go back to reports at the time. He decided to go to other reports that retrospectively reported on these other
things. He apparently could not on the internet find a single newspaper article that would have reported on Microsoft passing General Electric in the 1990s.
Or the many books that were covering that during the dot-com bubble and bust.
Yes.
Some of which are on my shelf behind me.
I would
With-
just like to interrupt for a moment and let the record show that at this exact moment during this stream, Nintendo just stealth dropped more Virtual Boy games on Switch.
well then,
Which games?
it's an off topic if you
Okay.
want to. If you want,
I think it's one of the
Yeah.
red ones.
Well, thankfully I'm blue-green colorblind, but give me 1 second to.
With the launch of Win95, Microsoft debuted its rapidly expanding line of Sidewinder-blended joysticks, game pads, and steering wheels, which ultimately included a controller called the Freestyle Pro, a motion tracking gamepad that came bundled with a motorcycle stunt simulation called Motocross Madness. Anybody use this?
Yes, I'm glad you identified the most important part for gaming about the launch of Windows 95.
I think Shane's doing a video on that in terms of the force feedback aspect of the Sidewinder line. He was having some trouble with configuring it, and then Windows ME kept blowing up on him. As what would happen with a later Sidewinder line. The Sidewinder line is a bubble in and of itself, but that's another story. Basically, the Sidewinder 1 and 2 were really, really good, and then they managed to blow themselves up.
In 2003, however, Microsoft sidelined its Sidewinder business. Oh, you felt real clever writing that one, didn't you, Ken? By that time, the company would have a much larger stake in games.
Sidewinder 2 was built for Mecha Warriors, so I don't know whatever.
Making keyboards, mice, and steering wheels is a far cry from making game consoles. In 1996, when a reporter asked him if he thought Microsoft might ever go into the console business to compete with the likes of Sega or Nintendo, Brian Trussell, the future director of Microsoft's casual games division, answered,
Somebody did play him in the first chapter. I don't remember who, though.
FTB, I'm going to assume.
Okay. Building boxes is a tough way to make a buck.
Trussell didn't rule out the possibility of his company publishing video games at the time. The prevalent belief around Microsoft was that despite initial development costs and constant updating in 1990s?
Yeah, they got to send those floppies out for your console.
Selling software was more lucrative than manufacturing hardware, with its cost of producing each unit. I mean, it's just the truth. It's the truth. Like, most of the top executives...
Maybe he was thinking about how computer hardware was updating constantly at that time, which is very, very true.
Most of the top executives around the company seemed to share his view, but Microsoft was a huge organization. It had multiple campuses in Redmond, Washington, and offices in countries all around the world, mostly for tech support. It's not like they were developing core Microsoft business.
No, they had partner companies for that, and then they would get tetchy around them and have complicated relationships with them, because that's just kind of how Gates rolled.
Big and dominant as it was, Microsoft was still growing as well. With new talent came new ideas.
I'm not sure we've had Bacchus yet, have we?
Oh, I'll do him. The idea of a Microsoft game console seemed like an obvious thing. I mean, if there was ever going to be another company that was going to make a game console, clearly it would be Microsoft. But of course, they would never do that. Kevin Bacchus, former Xbox Director of Third-Party Relations, Microsoft. With the impending launch of Win95, Microsoft began promoting personal computers as an alternative to game consoles. Not really. There's another part.
No, they
to
were
the
trying to sell them to PC gamers with the idea of, it'll be easier to run your games, which was absolutely not true, at least initially.
Auto execbat and config this.
Yeah, they were working from that. They were looking at stuff like Wing Commander 2 and saying, oh, you'll get your CD-ROM drive to work and all that stuff. And that did happen, but that was several service packs later, and, it was still awkward in a lot of ways.
Alex, you want to tell your Turbo story from Wing Commander?
Well, yeah, because I had Wing Commander on a Pentium, and yeah, there was no limiter on frame rate, and so it would go super fast. And eventually, I discovered there were utilities for this kind of thing, like MoSlow. But the way I initially solved it is if I reset my computer while it was in its initial boot up, great for the hardware, that would cause some kind of memory leak issue that caused the computer to function really slowly. And it made it slow enough that that Wing Commander played perfectly. Then, a little later I found Mo slow and stopped doing that kind of thing.
In the past, most computer games had run on DOS to help evangelize Win95 as a platform for games. Microsoft created a line of applications designed to make it easier for game developers to build 3D graphics. It wasn't really about 3D. Music controls and other elements into Windows versions of their games. These tools were bundled into a suite called DirectX, led by a charismatic and outspoken engineer evangelist named Alex St. John. The DirectX team quickly transferred PC gaming from DOS to Windows. In 1996, 3 of the top 5 PC titles, Quake, Command & Conquer, and Duke Nukem 3D, still played on DOS. On the top 5 computer games published the following year, only Fallout played on DOS. I would like a citation. That would be nice,
DOS.
Mr. Kent.
DOS.
Yeah,
never
Fallout has
changes.
a Windows version.
In the late 1990s, computer games and video games still coexisted as separate and distinct markets. A few PC hits such as Tetris, SimCity, Madden NFL, not what it was called, Myst and Doom had successfully crossed into the console market, but the vast majority of PC to console ports bombed. From Bill Gates' perspective, the video game arena looked like a roller coaster, or yo-yo, and one that stalled every 5 years as current systems became obsolete. The market for PC games, on the other hand, remained relatively constant. But, it was going, there was a boom at the end of this.
Yeah, it was relatively constant in that magazines were running the Is PC Gaming Dead every year from 1991 to 1999 in both English and Japanese.
Microsoft showed no interest in the video game industry, but its executive team was always on the lookout for viable new applications to expand the business. In 1997, Microsoft purchased a startup company called the Web TV Networks, Incorporated, which had created a set-top box designed to connect televisions to the web. Leveraging the new tech acquisition expertise, Bill Gates assigned the Web TV team to spearhead his company's television-based initiatives. When work began on a Windows CE-based operating system for the Sega Dreamcast, the newly acquired Web TV team spearheaded the project. Dreamcast ultimately featured 2 operating systems, Windows CE OS and a proprietary Sega operating system, because nobody used the Windows one.
No.
The advantage of adding a Windows CE-based operating system to the Dreamcast was that it enabled publishers to use Microsoft's powerful line of DirectX tools to build their games, which no one did.
Not with DirectX 1, no.
Windows CE toolkits officially became available on March 16th, 1999. Why do you need this specific date? He just has it in his notes. Though Sega, Konami, Acclaim, and Hudson Soft already had them by that date. Okay, thanks. Yeah, that reveals nothing.
No.
Game consoles were familiar territory for the Web TV team, which included several veterans of 3DO Company, the 3DO Company, which he sells right in the footnote, was started by Trip Hawkins III. That's not how that works.
Yes, he is William Hawkins III,
a.k.a. Trip.
His forebear is named Trip.
Yeah.
In fact, his name Trip was a reference to him being a third.
Yes. The founder of Electronic Arts in 1991. Instead of building the consoles himself, Hawkins licensed the hardware to established electronics manufacturers, Panasonic, Sanyo, and Gold Star. I think there were others too, but released in 1993, the multiplayer epitomized the cutting edge of, well, it should be interactive multiplayer of console technology for 2 years. Then Sony introduced the PlayStation.
And also, Panasonic is not an electronics manufacturer; it is a label of Matsushita.
Right.
That's a whole
Trip
other story.
Hawkins III, the stress of the 3DO not selling split him into 3 separate individuals, just like Superman after he died. Well, Superman is 4, but
Once they finished working on Dreamcast, a few team members quietly began discussing the possibility of creating a console for Microsoft. In theory, Microsoft's culture encouraged invention among its employees, so long as it didn't infringe on their other responsibilities. Microserfs were free to propose ideas and products. They could propose these projects to upper-level management, and if the idea had merit, an executive might agree to sponsor the project. As the head of Microsoft Game Studios, Ed Freeze was the logical sponsor for a game console, as long as you brought him fried chicken. If the company decided to enter the video game market, the game would likely come from his team.
The console they wanted to build was very much a pure console. Basically the Dreamcast or the next PlayStation. A custom hardware, custom software machine that Microsoft would build from scratch. It didn't run on Windows.
There was a group of people who were doing a bunch of...
That's me.
Oh,
That's me.
that's Robbie Bach. Okay.
There was a group of people who were doing a bunch of what I'd call, for lack of a better phrase, garage shop projects. There were some ex-3DO people.
All right, we can hear you pointing up your nose at that one. Freeze considered the proposal and turned it down. His PC game studio was growing quickly. He'd had a breakout hit the previous year, Age of Empires, and was on his way to releasing an even more successful sequel, Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings. Microsoft Game Studios was about to enter the MMORPG market with Asheron's Call, a game that would go head-to-head with Sony Online Entertainment mega hit EverQuest. Sony Online Entertainment was a subsidiary of Sony Computer Entertainment, which focused on online products rather than PlayStation games.
Sony, I'm not sure they were actually a subsidiary of Sony Computer Entertainment, but I would have to go connect the dots.
I think they might have been, because I don't think they were through SCEA.
No, they weren't through SCEA, but I don't know.
One way or another, but this is one of these things where it's just like out of nowhere. Okay, we're talking about MMOs now. It's like he could have laid the groundwork for this somewhere, but he has no interest in the PC market. He just wants to get to the goddamn console.
That's right.
Failing to enlist Ed Freeze's support wasn't the end of the line for the Web TV team. Instead of giving up, they took their proposal to other executives, including Microsoft Chief Research and Strategy Officer Craig Mundy. A visionary and part of Bill Gates' most inner circle, Mundy had been keeping a wary eye on PlayStation's business and saw the intriguing possibilities of launching a Counter-Strike to prevent Sony from taking over consumers' living rooms. The bomb has been planted. But the Web TV team wasn't the only group at Microsoft watching the console business, and neither of the employees who'd started the Xbox ball rolling had a pedigree in video games. Ted Hayes or Hesse, I don't know.
I don't know.
Who had recently been named director of the Windows Gaming and Entertainment Evangelism Group, came to DirectX via Microsoft's OLE, Object Linking and Embedding, and COM, Component Object Model Technologies. His expertise was in evangelism, not games. He'd been hired to convince companies like Electronic Arts, Blizzard, and LucasArts to move their games from DOS to Windows. Otto Burks, who'd worked for Autodesk before switching to Microsoft, had been recruited by the DirectX team for his acumen in graphics technology. Like the Web TV team's console, Xbox began as a what-if conversation. In this case, Hayes and Burks were mused that a console built around Microsoft's DirectX and OpenGL technologies could potentially change the video game landscape. Intrigued by the possibilities, they invited two DirectX managers into their discussion. Those managers were Seamus Blackley, a veteran of Looking Glass Studios and DreamWorks Interactive, and Kevin Backus, who worked for Mindscape, an early entertainment software giant with a long string of eclectic releases. Mindscape, founded in 1983, offered an IPO in 1988. That's the most important contribution. They offered an IPO, making it the first game developer to make a public offering. No, what?
Not even.
In 1990, Mindscape was acquired by the Software Toolworks, which is run by Les Crane, a former TV Doctor hosted actor who had been married once to Tina Louise, aka Ginger from Gilligan's Island. This is so... Why are these details in here? Ken, you're so obsessed with random shit. Several notable productions were published under the Mindscape label, such as Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing and The Miracle Piano Teaching System.
think Mavis Beacon actually came out
Well-
before that acquisition, but whatever. Software Toolworks is a mess. We have
Soft-
it.
Yeah, Software Toolworks did Mavis Beacon, and of course, Software Toolworks is the company that became Mindscape. I mean, the surviving company that changed its name. to
Yeah,
Mindscape.
it's a soup. I forget who did that really good article on breaking it down.
Oh well, SM Oliva did the learning company.
Yeah,
thing.
They really just wanted to do a 6 degrees of Mavis Bacon.
Ha ha ha.
Eh.
Instead of building a dedicated console per se, the DirectX group concentrated on creating a game-playing computer. Like other PCs, it would include a hard drive. Its DirectX creation tools and a friendly PC architecture would make games easier to program than they were on PlayStation or N64, especially N64, which was notably difficult to program. Yes, PlayStation was a breeze, definitely.
Yeah. Ask the corpses of all the Japanese PC companies that tried to work on it to how they feel about the PlayStation.
The team gave their project the code name Midway, referencing the Pacific Navy battle in which the beleaguered U.S. Navy sank 4 enemy carriers and turned back the Japanese fleet. The
Not to
name
be
made...
confused with the other Midway.
Yes, not Midway Manufacturing and Midway Games. The name made a point, but beating the Japanese in the console wars, in quotes, would require Japanese participation. Without games from established giants such as Capcom, Namco, Squaresoft, and Konami, Microsoft's Midway would run into the same problems that ultimately undid the Sega Dreamcast.
It's a good thing they got all those hits from Capcom, Namco, Squaresoft, and Konami on the Xbox.
Like the web TV team before them, Hayes, Burks, Backus, and Blackley. That's a good, that's like a Crosby, Still, Nash, and Young.
Have you been injured? Injured in a car accident?
Hayes, Burks, Backus, and Blackley presented their idea to the most obvious sponsor, Ed Freeze.
They pitched me on this thing called the Xbox. The name came from DirectX. It was really the DirectX box, shortened Xbox. In the original pitch, this was going to be a PC running Windows. A vanilla PC running vanilla Windows. But it was going to have a kind of layer on it that disguised it from the customer's point of view. It would install games on a hard disk so that the next time you put the disk in, it'd run it more quickly. I'd said no to the Dreamcast guys maybe a year before. But this interested me. Here was a way to get into the console business with the resources I already had. I agreed to support them. We formed an informal Xbox group with some people assigned to it full-time.
The Beauty Contest. The creation of something complex like the Xbox, when viewed through the lens of history, takes on a Rashomon-style perspective, where everyone has their own unique perspective on how it was created, largely based on how they personally became involved, except that's not what Rashomon's actually about. It's a bunch of people lying to each other. My guess is that if you asked Robbie Bach how it started, you get a very different answer than you would if you asked Jay Allard. One perspective would be no less legitimate than another, even if they conflict. It's just a function of individual perspective. Bill Gates and his executive team viewed games as an unnecessary gamble in general, one with enormous risks and minuscule payoffs. Microsoft's hottest-selling games, Age of Empires and Age of Empires 2, Age of Kings, ultimately sold a couple million copies each. A couple million? That seems a little much.
Age of Empires 2 sold a lot. Maybe not the original, but Age of Empires 2 sold a boatload.
I think it's probably like because the Ensemble Studios stuff is at the strong, so I think someone's accessed the numbers there.
I think that's probably lifetime sales for Age of Empires, and maybe not 2, but for Age of Empires, it's a couple million now, but it's been re-released a bunch of times.
By comparison, Microsoft shipped 500 million copies of Windows XP, most of which were delivered through the OEM channel. But like that's several years. That's in 2001 that XP came out, and that's over lifetime. Like
and we have also just randomly mentioned Windows XP for the first time with no context.
Yeah, well, we don't talk about Windows 98 and Windows ME. I mean, I can definitely get behind not talking about Windows ME ever again, but Windows 98 is also important in DirectX development, so it's kind of a weird skip.
Yep.
How do you feel about Vista? With the exception of Macintosh computers, which ran on Apple's proprietary OS operating system, every major PC on the market ran Windows. IBM PCs came with Windows, as did Hewlett-Packard, Dell's, Gateways, and Acer's. Who had an Acer desktop? They're only for laptops.
No, they had desktops. They weren't very good, but they did
Exactly.
exist.
When Alienware launched its high-end Area 51 M5500 gaming PC, it ran on Windows XP. Yeah, just throwing an Alienware here.
Yeah,
Okay.
that ran should have exclamation points. It ran on Windows XP,
I mean,
but it also its
like-
CPU turned into a George Foreman grill.
we ran on Windows XP, which was the style at the time.
So did Sony's Vaio computers.
So did every PC in existence that was a brand new PC at the time. I mean, what's he trying to prove?
I'm sorry, we weren't on Windows 98 in like 2004.
Right.
So, somehow a Chromebook fell backward through time and confused him, or perhaps he has the silent and ever-present rage of the years-long Linux administrator. I don't know.
At Microsoft, Windows and Office reigned supreme, and everything else was just an afterthought. Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer, the CEO and president, respectively, didn't entertain projects that they thought might tarnish the company's image or offend the business community, but they definitely did things that would offend the business community and get them into lots of trouble with the federal government.
When I first came in 1996, they had a set of titles under development that I helped finish. The marketing guys wanted to name one of them Deadly Tide and the other one Hellbender. They chose those names specifically because they were trying to get a little more elbow room for us to do edgier stuff.
In 1997, with FPS games ruling the PC market, violent titles like Doom, Duke Nukem Carmageddon, and Blood were de rigueur.
Only one of those games came out in the vicinity of 1997. So we go into a meeting to get specific approval to use these two names. Bill Gates, Steve Ballmer, Bob Herbold, who does not deserve a footnote. Do not put a footnote in about him. He's done. Hellbender, obviously, was contentious because it had the word hell. But we were more worried about Deadly Tide. Tide is the name of a product made by Procter & Gamble. Both Steve Ballmer and Bob Herbold came from Procter & Gamble. Steve Ballmer designed a box for Tide that was wider than it was tall to push the other competitors off the shelf. We demoed the games, and we turned to the three of them and said, "What do you think?" Bill Gates talks first. He's like, "I love it. I think it's great. I think you guys should do it." Once he said that, Steve and Bob couldn't say anything. We could see them kind of biting their lips, but we walked out of there with what we wanted.
Around the industry, Microsoft's commitment to games was seen as tenuous in the beginning. The company had dipped its toe into games several times, but it wasn't a game company. It had a game studio, but the games came out in waves instead of a steady stream.
Their lips moved, but we could not hear what they were saying.
In 1996, Microsoft launched its Internet Gaming Zone. Successes like Age of Empires and Fighter Ace gave the game group more stature, both inside and outside of Microsoft. In 1999, a time when giant robot combat games ruled the market. I mean, no, like...
Sure about that, Steve.
Yes.
1996, giant robot combat games kind of ruled the market.
Microsoft acquired FASA Interactive, creator of the BattleTech and MechWarrior properties. These were baby steps compared to the massive endeavor of launching a video game console, though moving all of FASA was a thing that I have heard from several people that were not too happy about it. But anyways, these mission statements
they were not.
had long been... Jacob.
A computer on every desk in every home.
Good. Those ubiquitous computers, of course, were supposed to run on Microsoft software. So this is a mangling. I heard this on the Internet History podcast, where he was like saying the corollary to what they said is that every computer on every home running Microsoft software, and then the extra corollary is exclusively onto it.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
I don't know where. Like, I'm sure that was some reporter that said that, but like it
kind of makes sense, doesn't it, for Microsoft?
Yeah, I mean, they would want to rule everything, but you can't. Just like it's not, they were already under the monopoly threat thing, and so it's. I don't think that was an actual edict. That's like we need to push everybody.
Now it's biting them in the ass, but.
Sony awakened in a sleeping tech giant when it released PlayStation in 1995.
That is not. They were not. They were worried about PlayStation 2. They didn't care. All the accounts say it's PlayStation 2 that scared them, not the original PlayStation.
And also, they released it in 1994. Sony wasn't just another Sega or Nintendo contentedly parking kids' video game systems in front of family televisions. Sony was a superpower in electronics, that it wrestled the video game market away from Nintendo and left Sega mortally wounded with its very first console hadn't gone unnoticed. Yes, that was what killed Sega.
Self-inflicted gunshot wound. Thank you very much.
Nintendo
the
and
thing
Sega.
about Microsoft in 95 is that Microsoft in 95 they were concentrated on the worldwide Windows 95 launch as a double-edged sword of getting that product out with maximum market saturation, and also particularly in Japan, kind of delivering the killing blow to a lot of the other hardware competitors, because they were trying to...
And in Europe as well.
Yeah, and in Europe too. They were trying to standardize their stuff over because they saw a opportunity. They did not really care about console because they were too busy. They were too busy being a shark in the water going after a really, 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 really big whale. At that point, to them, I think the PlayStation was a guppy.
Nintendo and Sega had never worried Bill Gates. Sony did. No two people completely agree about what happened next.
Greg Mundy.
Just gonna jump in real quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just saying that I gotta get going now, but I had a lot of fun hanging out with y'all.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Have a good night. Nice to meet you.
Come by again.
Watch watch Discord when we'll do another one.
All right, for sure. Take care.
Peace,
Have fun.
Yeah. Craig Mundy had been sending memos to the senior executive team for more than a year, espousing this conspiracy theory about Sony. The theory basically went that Sony was slowly infiltrating the houses of America with effectively distributed PCs. They're putting a hard disk drive in there. They're putting a processor here, a keyboard here, and all they have to do is bring those little pieces together. Remember, Sony was one of the most powerful consumer electronics companies in the world at this point. And by the way, they're getting 40% of their profits from the gaming business, right? What these memos that Craig had been sending said was that Sony represented an existential threat to the core thesis of Microsoft, which was Jacob.
A computer on every desk and in every home running Microsoft software.
So we aren't going to be in the home because Sony's going to push us out. It's a bad thing.
I was leaving that out because that was a paraphrase.
That's fair point. Xbox first came up with as a real business topic at an executive staff retreat, and that was Rick Thompson bringing that up. Rick said, should Microsoft do a video game console? That led to a conversation with Bill. Rick knew about these groups, and so he orchestrated Bill talking to all these various groups.
Objectively, the most direct line you can draw between an inciting incident and what Xbox would become really happened in late 98 or early 99. Bill Gates was very famous for going off on what he called think weeks. He would go off somewhere with a old giant stack of white papers, one from each department on a topic, and that they thought would be the most relevant for the company.
Please don't think about which island he went to.
Oh, God. Let's not bring all that into this. When Sony announced PlayStation 2, they started to make claims about the emotion engine, how they were going to control the future of entertainment computing, and that it would render PC entertainment computing irrelevant. Bill asked for some work from the DirectX team, which Jay Torberg, the director of Windows Multimedia, assigned to Otto Burks as the guy who was in charge of the graphics development, and Seamus Blackley as the program manager for the group to write up an analysis. They sort of stuck in at the end. By the way, not only is PC architecture capable of doing what a console can do, we really think we should think about doing a console. That's
Okay.
right. One point on which everyone agrees is that Sony's entrance to the game market served as a sobering wake-up call. Gates. What? Wait, entrance into the game industry, and now he's going to talk about PlayStation 2. Okay, whatever.
Because all the sources say it's about the PlayStation 2, not the PlayStation. So he's getting confused in his own error here.
Gates allowed the various teams to explore different options and approaches. On May 5th, 1999, the Web TV team and the DirectX team presented their proposals at an event now referred to as the Beauty Contest. The Web TV team proposed a traditional console, a closed system built around a custom-made processor, while developing a custom GPU and CPU would be extremely expensive. The team contended that the manufacturing costs would ultimately go down over time, over the life of the console. When it came to manufacturing video game hardware, economics of scale played a major role. In short, the more consoles you have, the cheaper it became to manufacture them. The concept presented by the DirectX team couldn't have been more different. Kevin Backus described it as something that looks to the developers like a PC, and looks to the consumer like a console. The DirectXers described a PC-like architecture that players could upgrade by swapping out different components. They wanted to use readily available off-the-shelf parts to shorten development cycle and reduce costs. Sony had already held its A Glimpse to the Future event in Tokyo by the time of the beauty contest. Everyone was well aware of PlayStation 2, what it could do, and that it would launch the following year. One additional feature of the DirectX's proposal that Gates liked was the idea that Microsoft could license the console architecture to OEM partners like Dell and HP, rather than manufacture the hardware itself. Yes, see how that went for 3DO. Yes, ironically, this is the same basic licensing arrangement Trip Hawkins had used at 3DO.
We won!
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say, yes, and see how it worked for VHS.
We won because we were more on strategy in Microsoft's term. On strategy meant that our initiative coincided with a lot of other initiatives that the company was doing. The OEM part of it was on strategy. The fact that we ran Windows was on strategy. They were talking about basically building a whole ecosystem from the ground up. This is the kind of thing that Bill felt like his job was sort of a traffic cop, not having people reinvent the wheel everywhere in the company. So we won. And we basically got a year at that point to put together a plan that was what we were going to do.
But who ultimately won in the end, Alex?
The Web TV people who created the Xbox 360.
Yes. It was at this point that Gates made an important contribution to the project. As Microsoft's chairman and chief architect. What does that mean? Chief architect? He insisted I guess, like, he built the company? Whatever. He insisted
like the guy in the Matrix.
He insisted the new console would include an Ethernet port. Adding an expensive Ethernet port made no sense. The internet was well on its way to becoming as common as cable television by the time, but most PCs came with dial-up modems. A few early adopters had already switched to DSL, but broadband wouldn't overtake dial-up in most homes until 2007. Data taken from History of the Internet from plus.net. I'm sure that's a highly reliable source.
Beautiful. First Google result, probably.
Having triumphed over the Web TV team, the DirectX team began the more practical stages of designing their console. Problems arose almost immediately. The first obstacle was creating exclusive video game content. Microsoft attempted to acquire content by purchasing several Japanese game companies. Offers were made to companies like Capcom, Squaresoft, and Nintendo, only to be turned away or answered with unreasonable counteroffers. Squaresoft wanted $2.5 billion in exchange for a 40% stake. Nintendo, with its valuable game franchises and $77 billion in the bank, wanted $25 billion. I don't think they ever gave a number.
That's true. No, and they wouldn't have, because they had no desire to be acquired, and shareholders don't care about that thing in Japan in the same way they do in the United States. No, the one report, which may come from Freeze, I can't remember who it is, but whoever it was that talked about this said they were laughed out of the room. There was no offer. They were laughed out of the room. There are many people in this industry that know nothing about games. In particular, a large American company is trying to engulf software houses with money. But I don't believe that will go well.
This would be very interesting to have a source on this quote, because maybe we would understand what the context was. If this was after the Xbox had launched, then he's not talking about this. If it was before, then he definitely is. Another problem was the cost of goods. The Xbox team had calculated its manufacturing costs based on somewhat hypothetical quotes from various suppliers. Those quotes turned out to be unrealistic once the project became a reality.
Wait, it became Project Reality?
No,
just kidding.
Wait, does this mean you're Bach, and I'm Bacchus? Yeah, okay, exactly. That's the confusion here. A lot of assumptions that we had baked into our model based on the information we had received from our external partners like NVIDIA turned out to not be correct. They said, well, a graphics chip should cost you this. And when we went to place an order, it turned out to be the number was much higher. The cost we presented of what we thought we could build it for turned out to not be the cost once we started negotiating with suppliers for components. As prices shifted and manufacturing costs went up, the Xbox group started tinkering with the hardware in search of better options. Console was originally designed around an NVIDIA graphics processor, but NVIDIA priced itself out of the market. Searching for a suitable alternative, the group temporarily adopted a custom-designed chip the Web TV team would design, working in tandem with a tiny company called a Gigapixel. In the end, NVIDIA returned to the bargaining table with a more affordable solution, 2 chips fused together. At $48 per unit, the new chipset was still expensive, but it came within range of what Microsoft was willing to spend. The executive team.
Executive team.
The evangelists.
Executive team assemble.
Indeed. The evangelists and engineers who first proposed Xbox needed new leadership now that the project had been given the green light. The people in charge would need to be heavy hitters, proven achievers, executives Bill Gates trusted with billion-dollar projects. As theories and conjecture transmogrified into architecture and marketing plans, a new set of executives entered the scene, the most important people. Hayes, Burks, and Bacchus, they lost a partner in there, remained behind the scenes, but in the public eyes, only Seamus Blackley would become a spokesperson. Tall, well-spoken, very tall, and at ease with the press, Seamus Blackley would be presented to the world as the father of the Xbox. In the beginning, Robbie Bach oversaw Xbox as part of his home and entertainment division, while Rob Thompson, who ran Microsoft's very successful hardware division... Wait, didn't you say, they didn't know how to do hardware and stuff? What is the hardware division doing?
So
Played it more...
I believe it's nitpicking, but I believe it was the home and entertainment devices division.
Ooh. Fancy. Played a more hand...
Thompson answered to him, because that was a device.
Played a more hands-on day-to-day role. By all accounts, Thompson was a quick learner. He'd become a vice president running Microsoft's hardware operation. The mouse, keyboard, and Sidewinder business were his. Running a hardware department in a software company, Thompson kept a constant eye on the bottom line, which made him both the right-hand man and the wrong man to run Xbox. What? On the positive side, Thompson's hard-scrabble background meant he didn't tolerate vendors raising their prices. He also understood nuances and realities that hardware presented. In the real world, the concerns of manufacturing hard goods are different from the problems programming software. You have to deal with shortages instead of bugs, and the cost of goods instead of labor hours. But Thompson's focus on the bottom line left him uncomfortable with the idea of giving away $300 razors for the opportunity to sell licensed blades. One of the smartest guys that we met with was Rick Thompson. He ran the hardware team. He understood the economics and the business aspects of building a console, but was very reluctant to leave his established hardware role to take part in something that was very risky, like a game console.
Rick left because the more we looked at the business case, the more it became obvious that we were going to lose money, a significant amount of money, $1 billion plus. He left all of Microsoft, but he'd done that multiple times, and then he'd come back. Unlike most people at Microsoft, he's a business guy. He loves business. That's why he was always great running the hardware business. He'd try things. If they aren't making money, he'd kill them. And he'd do other things. And so this project sort of morphed in a way from being business to being more strategic. That just isn't his thing. On December 21st, 1999, the project got approved. At that point, Rick was going to run it. I was going to spend 10% of my time on it. At that time, there was a core of about 15 to 20 people who were committed to the project. 2 or 3 months later, Rick decided to leave. We did another shift, and I took over leadership of the group.
I don't really know, I mean, this is interesting for someone like you, Alex, but I have no idea why he's putting in this thing of... You could have just said, this guy was in charge and then he left.
I agree. And there are better books that cover this in even more detail.
Well, yes. And
so
the documentary.
To me. Yeah, so it's not even that interesting to me. There's, a lot of books on the Xbox.
All right, now time to get into Ed's background. Microsoft Game Studios manager Ed Fries remained with the project. Fries was a lifelong gamer who'd begun programming games on an Apple II and an Atari 800 as a high school student.
First game I wrote was a Frogger clone called Froggy. I was working at Shakey's Pizza over in Redmond, a restaurant that was located only a few miles from the real estate that would become Microsoft's main campus. One day, these guys came in, and they were from this company in California called Romex. They had tracked me down. I have no idea how they found me. I wasn't in the phone book.
If you watch my panel, he tells the same story. So
yes, they offered me a job writing games. I was headed off to New Mexico to go to college, so I signed. To be clear, the deal was a no advance, 5% royalty deal. I wouldn't make any money until the first game shipped, and then I'd get royalties. They gave me some equipment, like a small color TV. That was pretty much all I got up front. So I went off to college and began my first project, which I called Froggy. I called it Froggy so we wouldn't get sued for copying Frog. They came up with the idea of calling it Princess and Frog and giving it a medieval theme. I replaced the cars with jousting knights, but it still had a frog. Somehow, I didn't get sued.
Well, most people wouldn't. In fact, that is not the first game that he created. As he told us when we were talking, he had actually created a Space War clone.
Indeed.
That he had hanging around. And also just a funny little thing. You know, we got to brag about our experience with Ed. The college in New Mexico that he went to was actually the college that my friend went to for his undergrad. So,
yes. His friend who was also there with us at the MGC talking to Ed. Small world.
That's why he joined in our group photo, even though he had no connection with the game history thing.
Indeed.
He's just a guy that I know. Freeze, a true gamer, could create an instant rapport with other gamers. In later years, he would become canonized in the gaming world for performing such miracles as resurrecting long-lost arcade games and building an Atari 2600 game based on Halo. He's a nerd. He's cool. Nice dude.
I like him.
Having Freeze on board bought Xbox credibility. Best known in PC gaming circles, Fred had ties with big US companies like Activision and Electronic Arts. They dealt with him before. His turning Microsoft's never-profitable game studios into a highly profitable operation had attracted a lot of attention. Microsoft's status as the world's richest company didn't translate into immediate acceptance among game publishers, particularly in Japan. Apple had recently cut and run on a game system called Pippin. I mean,
that was all Bandai. I know it was Apple technology, but that was all Bandai.
And it was only around for like a year.
Yeah, and it was all Bandai. Like, Apple wasn't like, we're gonna put out the Pippin. Bandai was like, oh, you have that technology, we're gonna make a game console with it. Like, no.
Philips, also one of the world's richest corporations, had a failed console called the CDI.
For a given value of console.
Yeah. Then there was Nuon, a game-playing technology that Motorola RCA, Samsung, and Toshiba had built into specialized DVD players. Nuon enhanced DVD players appeared on the market in 2000. By 2002, they were gone. With the notable exception of Sony, few outsiders, whatever that means, had the wherewithal for manufacturing game hardware. As the dot-com bubble had demonstrated, see, he got around to the bubble, breaking into game design wasn't much easier. In the early 1980s, ambitious designers could create hits in their spare time, but the industry had evolved. The old days of mazes and side-scrolling had given way to 3D worlds. The file size of Pac-Man, definitely a side project.
Just interrupt. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, yes. Pac-Man, that little side project.
The world's most successful arcade game, was mere 24K. I don't even know that that's the proper size.
Space Invaders was probably more successful worldwide, but anyway.
Console games from Atari and Activision were created by one-person teams. Well, sometimes.
They were not by the end. They were usually... Well, the Activision ones still mostly were, but Atari was starting to use artists by this point. So it was two-person teams for a lot of their, like, 81, 82, 83 output.
Nintendo once cornered the market with Super Mario Bros., but the heyday of 32K Blockbuster was over. For perspective, DVDs could hold 4.7 billion bytes of information. If you wanted to save as many copies as you could of Pac-Man on a standard DVD, there'd be enough room for you to save it 200,000 times.
I'm assuming that he tested this himself, and that he has with 200,000 copies of Pac-Man burned on it.
People wanted bigger games and better graphics. Whereas Super Mario Brothers had been a 5-man effort. Nope, it's like 10 people on that team.
He said largely, though. I think largely he's doing a lot of heavy lifting there, but those 5 were kind of the principal people, so yeah.
Shigeru Miyamoto and Takashi Tezuka were in charge of art and direction. Toshihiko Nakago and Kazuaki Morita did the programming. Koji Kondo composed the iconic music. It took 13 people to create Super Mario World. Again, I think that's undershooting, including a graphic artist, Shigefumi Hino, and a team of programmers. Big titles like the Mario, Sonic, and Final Fantasy
programmers
series.
Aren't people.
Big title, including, those guys who worked on the first one. Big titles like the Mario, Sonic, and the Final Fantasy series had become multi-million-dollar ventures. Established publishers like Virgin Interactive and Interplay could be ruined by a big-budget misstep. I mean, both those companies were ruined by many other things, but...
Yes, they were, but why are we also suddenly mentioning them here?
Yes.
We've never mentioned them before.
Virgin might have been mentioned earlier in the first, the preview chapter.
Maybe. Yeah.
Devoting time, talent, and financial resources to new systems from unproven platforms was risky at best. Nintendo and Sony had viable systems, and they'd proven their commitment. Why gamble on a newcomer, even a rich newcomer like Microsoft, when Sony had sold 100 million PlayStations worldwide? Not at the time.
Not yet. They'd sold a lot.
Yes, they're probably like 70 million or something by that time. But.
Yeah. Yes.
Before Electronic Arts would commit its resources, its CEO, the devil himself, Larry Probst, wanted Microsoft to make one of its major players accountable. He didn't want some random name and face. He wanted assurances that Bill Gates would fire someone within his inner circle should the Xbox business collapse. The Xbox group needed a quarterback, someone who could either be recognized for the group's success or shoulder the blame for its failure. That sacrifice came in the form of Robbie Beck, the head of Home and Entertainment Division.
Home and Entertainment Devices Division.
One of the things that Larry Probst at EA insisted on was, who gets fired if this thing is a failure? If Nintendo isn't successful with their platforms, they go out of business, but if Microsoft fails with Xbox, it's a rounding error. You just write it off and go on. Well, it hasn't been in recent years, I can tell you that much. It was really a priority among game developers to see that this was somebody's sole focus, to see that Robbie couldn't just go back and pick up where he left off. Bach, a man who showed very little interest in video games, was an interesting choice. Unlike Thompson, who had overseen the Sidewinder business, the closest Bach had come to making games was overseeing the Magic School Bus and Encarta.
I knew nothing about the video game space. I knew something about PC gaming. When I first took this over, I was a PC gaming guy who had attended some Interactive Digital Software Association meetings. I had met Howard Lincoln and Kez Harai and a few other people. I knew Larry Probst. I knew some of the CEOs, but I didn't really know the business that well.
Bach was tall, athletic, soft-spoken, and gentle by nature. As a polished executive, he had no trouble running roughshod over department meetings, but when a cranky Microsoft cafeteria worker yelled at him for holding up her sandwich line, Bach cowered and apologized. It didn't matter that the cafeteria server was no more than 20 years older than him and a foot shorter. In the future... A full foot shorter. In the future, after they left Microsoft, Ed Freeze would go on to mentor small game companies, speak at industry conferences, and help preserve the history of video games. Robbie Bach would join the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Okay.
And he ran for Congress, which is why he wrote a memoir about his Xbox days to support his congressional campaign to show that he was a leader. True story.
In Freeze, Xbox had a spokesperson gamers could relate to. I don't know that Freeze really did anything in real press at the time. I think he's more well known after he left Microsoft.
And then
yeah, because he wasn't even I'm not positive. I don't know when all the corporate stuff shifted, but the game studio wasn't under Bach yet. I don't think. I could be wrong about that, but it was kind of a separate thing, and they were going to do the games for Xbox, but they weren't part of the Xbox machinery, really. They were on the side, but I don't know at what point Bach's team absorbed the game studio, so I could be wrong.
And then Nora got a debilitating disease, and he became Mr. Freeze and froze his wife and went on a rampage.
Bach's involvement suited corporate types. Third in line was Jay Allard, whose official title was Vice President of the Xbox platform. Freeze was the gamer. Bach was the business person. Allard was the visionary. What these men had in common was that they were all shippers. They liked to take two random characters.
Who were they? I was going to say. I wonder who they were shipping.
That is executive with lots of experience seeing projects through and shipping final products.
I would guess that would be Mulder and Scully, given who was the voice of the computer in.
Or was it Gates and Ballmer?
In 1994, Allard wrote a memo titled Windows, the next killer application on the internet, which is widely acknowledged as a turning point in Microsoft's history. Bill Gates read Allard's memo and changed his expectations for the next iteration of Windows in mid-course, implementing internet standards in Win95.
Can you please can't stop calling it Win95?
He will not.
It's Windows
That-
95.
He's confused the directory with the product.
Exactly.
When Allard joined the Xbox group, he was slightly chubby with a fringe of blonde hair. Once in, he shaved his head, lost weight, took up mountain biking, and transformed himself inside and out. In Jay Allard, Xbox gained a cool, sometimes wild, sometimes preppy, and sometimes uncontrollable personality that frat boys across the globe would salute. Yes, because of Jay Allard.
And I do just want to point out that the lack of a period behind J is correct. That is not an abbreviation. It is J, the letter, Allard.
All right. In a 2001 Los Angeles Times profile, P.J. Huffstutter tried to describe
not a real
Allard's
person.
personality.
I love that
As
name.
you were just
Can I
saying
do the
it, we
voice
almost-
for DJ Hopstutter, please?
Is he the cousin of H&R Puffin stuff or something?
That's what I was thinking. That's what I wanted to do, a Sid and Marty Krofft voice.
All right, go ahead, FTV.
Wait, what's this guy's name?
Hey, kid. Could you go back and eat together?
P.J. Huffstutter.
Exactly.
Holy
Hey,
shit!
kids, I'm PJ Hofstadter. I went from a Sid and Marty Krofft character, and I need to eat. Amid the half-naked women gyrating on stage, oh dear. Kids, you might want to cover your ears. At a Lords of Acid rock concert, the heart and soul of Microsoft's multi-million-dollar gamble for the future is dragged from the audience, strapped to an S&M bondage wall. Oh boy, I think I might have got myself into trouble here. And repeatedly struck on the backside with a whip. And he loves it. Well, Bill Gates' cockies and oversized glasses made the nerd look de rigueur for the 90s. Today's cool marker is James J. Allard, whip marks and all.
Wait,
I'm a Sid and Marty
this
Martin
is-
Krofft character, and I've just lost my job again.
Peterson, by the
Why
Well, I
is
mean,
this
you were wondering
loading?
what the S&M stands for.
Sam and Max.
There we go.
Sid and Marty.
You're still going.
Peterson guy. Well, no, because this is
Oh.
yeah.
What?
This is Pete Peterson, and then
Wait, this
yeah.
is
and
supposed
then
to
I
be a
have
separate
and
quote?
then I
That's weird, okay.
Yeah,
Why
it
is
is.
we have
I-
nested in quotes. The unfortunately it's the Sid and Marty Krofft puppet compliment project, and the HR Puffin stuff character Pete Peterson and Robbie Bach have all merged into a single quotable entity.
Yeah. My guess is it's a formatting error.
Yeah. Even Dale's confused, which is a rare feat. Johnny, can you play Pete Peterson?
Pete Peterson. Where am I reading again?
This part.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Everyone had a role to play, and Jay's role was to be the how do you pronounce that word again?
Provocateur.
Provocateur, the young, hip, cool guy, the voice and the face of the gamer. He relished that role. He tried as hard as he could to make the Xbox about as non-Microsoft as possible. It's almost like he used Xbox to flip the bird to the rest of the Microsoft organization.
As Huffstutter suggested in his profile, definitely still his real name, Allard was a hood-wearing, smack-talking barker who ruffled feathers and helped people forget Microsoft's perfectly manicured corporate image.
Oh no, it's going to be a giant robot, and then you're going to open up the head, and it's going to peel back, and it's going to be Nolan holding a bunch of tiny levers.
Jay's a complicated guy. There's a lot to talk about. Jay's incredibly smart. He's amazing at understanding an experience, what an experience has to be, and what counts as a good experience. He's very disciplined about what works and what doesn't work. He doesn't accept conventional wisdom. Jay is also eccentric. I always tell people that Jay wanted to quit working for me many times, and I wanted to fire him many times. That's a true statement. He was brilliant, and I learned immensely from him. And people who didn't take him seriously saw the eclectic, eccentric part and didn't see the brains and the thoughtful part. Xbox Live is... There's lots of people to give credit for it. I don't want to diss anybody, but it's J's.
Is this spelled with one S? That was two.
Which one? I'm sorry.
It's
Dis.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Weird. So how did a soft-spoken, mildly nerdy, hobbly accomplished programmer like Ed Freeze get along with a brash visionary who attended Lords of Acid concerts?
How did a
No.
soft-spoken mind?
Not all that well.
Look, for me, managing Ed and Jay, oh, what a headache. They're just two completely different people. Both wonderful people, both people for whom I have deep respect, people who I enjoyed working with in every respect. But the two of them together, they are just not at all alike.
Dale, who has worked as a professional copy editor, does inform us that Dis is a single S, and I think that he's lying. Under Bach, Freeze, and Allard, another lawyer studio right there, stood
No,
a
I think it's
rapidly
a single S. That's out of short for disrespect, so I see the logic there.
stood a rapidly growing army of hardware designers, software developers, and marketers, the real important people. When Sony, Nintendo, or Sega began building new hardware, they had a legacy to build from. Despite modifications, both large and small, the PlayStation 5 controller grew out of the PlayStation 4 controller, which bears a somber resemblance to the first PlayStation controller. I mean...
As in, they're identical.
Well, I mean, PlayStation 4 has the thing in the middle.
Yeah, they also had another strong legacy to build from. The name of the console. Ha 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 ha.
Nintendo consoles seemed to shed most of their former DNA as they evolved from SNES to Wii, but Nintendo engineers had a track record to build on. But for Microsoft, everything was new. The case, the controller, the style of game, the audience. Bach and company had certainly hired experienced people, but the executives had entered foreign territory. Dum-dum.
So do you think since they were building a game console, they nicknamed him CPU Bach?
Yeah.
Oh.
Love it. 3 of the original 4 Xboxers wound up fading into the background. Otto Burks was the first to leave the group. He stayed long enough to help guide the architecture while maintaining his leadership role with DirectX graphics development. Ted Hayes, who generally came across as uncomfortable dealing with the press, remained but seldom did interviews. Kevin Bacchus didn't mind dealing with reporters, but didn't care about publicity. Seamus Blackley, on the other hand, who I will be speaking to tomorrow, courted reporters and became the unofficial spokesperson for the entire Xbox division. He is a character. He's a very nice guy, but yeah, he's a character.
This is like the "Where are they now?" at the end of a documentary.
He had
I'm
a
just
knack.
wondering, like, okay, how did Ted Hayes hurt you, Stephen Ken? Like,
He had a knack for offering good quotes.
Well, that's an easy question to answer. He didn't like dealing with the press, and he didn't give interviews. That's what he did to him.
People are just like that.
Can't just press.
Yes. Everything about like when we did our sum up of the first volume, the press perspective was something that was very much on my mind. With his grasp of both science and games, he didn't explain who this guy was.
Right,
like,
he has a physics degree and everything.
Yeah, he worked on the Hadron Collider.
Yes.
Didn't
even get a footnote.
Yeah, Blackley often offered journalists questions with equal parts solid information.
But you
and
gotta
bravado.
understand, Seamus Blackley never married a cast member of Gilligan's Island, so it's not important.
Oh my.
Love it. When a reporter asked him about the size of the Xbox CPU, for instance, Blackley answered, "Measuring a console's performance by processor bits is like trying to measure a car's horsepower by counting how many airbags it has." He does not sound like that.
No.
All right, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre.
Everybody tells this story a little differently, but this is my version, and this is what I believe to be the truth. I've seen Robbie's version, and it's a little different, but I think I'm right.
Seamus and I were not invited to it because we hadn't been in Microsoft long enough to have a lot of Microsoft credibility. Put Seamus in front of Bill Gates saying, "Hey, all the applications need to run in kernel manual 0. And Bill goes, "Who the heck is this guy?" You put Jay in front of him and he goes, "Well, he's right about the internet, so he's probably right about this kernel rendering 0 thing." The beauty contest took place in May 1999, as you already said. Over the next year, Thompson and Freeze ran into one roadblock after another, with Nintendo's Howard Lincoln and Sony's Kaz Hirai reminding investors about slim margins that come with manufacturing consoles. OEMs like Dell and Gateway had no interest in building the boxes. Yeah, because they were listening to Yamauchi and Hirai.
Right, that's exactly why.
Yeah. Then sitting back while Microsoft sold the software. As Freeze later said,
"They weren't dumb."
More important, it had become apparent that building the console around the Windows operating system was an albatross.
Albatross! Albatross!
Windows ate memory and slowed the hardware's performance. One of the attractions of consoles over PCs had always been stability. PC games slowed, stalled, and crashed. Console games didn't until recent developments. After nearly a year of development, Xbox still had significant frame rate issues. The original plan was to announce Xbox at the Consumer Electronics Show in January 2000, but the project wasn't ready. Time was getting short. Tom Rousseau, the editor-in-chief at Next Generation, had heard rumors that Microsoft building a game console and began asking questions. Robbie Bach asked for more time, but it was already February, and Gates wanted to announce the console at the Game Developers Conference, GDC, in March. So, he said earlier that it was announced at the Consumer Electronics Show in 2000, but it wasn't? Like, I don't understand.
It was announced at GDC. I mean,
that's the way the documentary puts it, but like, yeah, he is contradicting himself in his book again. Like,
yeah.
On February 14th, with GDC just a month away, Bach, Freeze, and Allard met with Bill Gates, Steve Ballmer, and Craig Mundy, that's not the lawyer place you want to go to discuss the situation.
I had worked for Robbie for 5 years at this point. One of his great skills was something we called pre-disaster. The way pre-disastering works, Robbie played basketball early in the morning with Steve Ballmer. He'd mentioned to Ballmer a few weeks before some big quarterly review that the numbers weren't coming together the way we wanted. Maybe Ballmer would get mad a little on the basketball court, but by the time the meeting rolls around, we could walk in, and Ballmer has been pre-disastered, so that when we presented the numbers, there were no surprises, and the meeting goes really smoothly. Somehow, for this meeting, the pre-disastering didn't happen. It became clear the moment the meeting started. Bill Gates walks in, holding the PowerPoint deck that we're presenting, and he throws it down on the table, and he says, "This is a fucking insult to everything I've done in this company!"
I thought Kent didn't censor this stuff, but whatever. No two people tell the story of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre the same way. I mean, there's no story that people tell exactly the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
Freeze describes it in surreal terms, almost like a scripted rite of passage, which, again, if you watch the panel, you can see him tell the story.
I'll try not to draw this out too much. People were used to Bill going off sometimes, but even for him, this was... A year ago, he canceled this other project because they were off strategy, and we were going to run Windows. Now he's hearing for the first time that we aren't going to run Windows. So Robbie and I turned to Jay, because Jay was in charge of the system software, and Jay is just like, he looked around, stunned, which is unusual for Jay. So I set up and I step up and start to try to defend it, and Bill shoots me down. Then Robbie steps up and tries to defend it, and Bill shoots Robbie down. Then Jay steps up, and Bill shoots him down. Then Ballmer flips up to the spreadsheet. He was always the business guy. Looking at all the numbers, he realized how much money we were saying we were going to lose on this project. He starts yelling about that. And it just goes like that, back and forth, back and forth. The meeting started at 4 on Valentine's Day. It was scheduled to run until 6, right? Well, it just didn't stop. Bill would yell for a while, Ballmer would yell for a while, Bill would yell for a while, Ballmer would yell for a while. And we just kept doing the same thing. We just kept saying, we have looked at this for a year. We considered all these other alternatives. We are sure that if you want to get into the game console business, this is the best way you do it. If you don't want to get into the game console business, that's fine. But if you want to do it, we really think this is the best way to do it. It's 5, 6, 7, and the meeting is still going on, right? We've been yelled at for many hours. At this point, we're turning black and blue. Now, we're missing our Valentine's Day dinner reservations. When we get home, we're going to be more black and blue.
I don't know what their situation with their spouses are, but...
You're right. Like,
I mean, I think we can make a safe guess with Jay Allard that he's going to be more black and blue given his predilection.
Oh my. You know, it was like, oh, what a day. It was coming up on 8, and there was sort of a lull in the yelling. One guy who hasn't said anything raises his hand and says, this is a place where Robbie and I disagree. He says it was Rick Balluzzo. I say it was Craig Mundy. Okay, so I'll just tell my version. Craig Mundy, who hasn't said a word the whole time, says, what about Sony? Just those 3 words. What about Sony? Bill pauses, and he says, you know, what about Sony? Then Ballmer goes, what about Sony? They look at each other, and then Bill says, I think we should do this. And Ballmer says, yeah, we should do this. And then they start getting excited. We're going to do this. Yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to give you guys everything you asked for. So then they are like, we're going to give you everything you want. We want you to go off. We want you to do what you said in the plan you need to make it successful. That part of the meeting took about 10 minutes.
And then he collapses on the floor from the delivery.
Bill and Steve are never personal about these things, but they went person by person and challenged each of us. Explain that and explain that. Microsoft at that time was not a home place. I mean, look at Ed over there. The man's crazy. It was noisy, that's for sure. Ed Freeze's version of the meeting, sort of sensationalizes. I wasn't being sensational. Sensationalizes the story in a way that I don't think is all that helpful. But it's true. The thing that caused the transition to a discussion about Sony was literally, and I do vividly remember, was me saying, okay, let's not do it. That led, as Ed describes, to the what does that mean about Sony? I don't remember that being a quick conversation. He remembers it. Maybe being quick. I think that was another hour-long discussion. This was 20 years ago. Who the hell knows what happened?
You know, this is one of the problems of, like, as far as I can tell from the way that this is framed, Kent went to Bach and said, respond to Ed's version of the story, not tell me your version of the story. Or at least he pulled a quote after he asked something like that question. So that's why I find it to be less helpful than it is in other circumstances. But, you know, like we've said before, the Xbox story has been told in detail many, many, many times.
Oh, yes.
There's, initially it was Dean Takahashi wrote the opening of the Xbox book. Then,
and that was right after the Xbox came out.
That was 2002 that book came out. So, yeah. but there's some stuff that's not in there because, you know, Microsoft was being a little cagey about some stuff. It was more of a, you know, it wasn't a total puff piece. He can report on stuff. But then there was the high score guy, Russell DeMaria, did one on it. Then David Craddock did a long form thing on the Xbox, and then Microsoft themselves put out a documentary on the Xbox brand and such. So you can, there's so many sources for this, So it is, and Kent is only pulling a very select number. He has like 3 people that he's using as his basis. I'm sure he read the Takahashi book as well, but it's like he's not telling it in the deepest detail.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really that sensationalist either. I mean, both Balmer and Gates blowups around that time are pretty legendary. Like it doesn't strike me that they would have the sort of conversation, because that's just kind of how they were particularly Gates after the Monopoly lawsuit. There's a lot of different citations of him doing that.
And that weighs over this too. Like there was a whole lot of questions. Could they even get into the game business without another investigation coming onto them? Which is touched on in the documentary. The documentary is very good for the Xbox and the Xbox 360. Very good. And even pretty good for the Xbox One. Yeah. I highly recommend people watch it.
Yep.
On March 10th, 2000, Bill Gates gave the opening address at the Game Developers Conference in the San Jose Civic Auditorium. He began the hour-long address saying, "Well, good morning. It's very exciting to be here today and have the opportunity to announce a whole new platform, a platform that all of you are going to take in directions that we can't even imagine." 16 minutes into his talk, Gates finally unveiled the details. "I'm announcing the Xbox, which we are modestly titling," the modest tagline here is, "the future of console gaming." In his slides, Gates referred to the console as Xbox. One slide in particular stated, Johnny, can you read this one? Or Jumpman?
Oh,
no, Johnny
I got it. Xbox specifications: CPU, custom Intel Pentium 3 technology, GPU, Microsoft NVIDIA design, operating system, Windows 2000 kernel with DirectX, 64 megabytes unified memory DDR at 200 megahertz, 64 voice, 13 DL2 audio process, 8 gigabytes hard drive, 4 times DVD drive with more movie playback, 4 game ports, 1 expansion port, 10 of 100 megabits built-in internet, and a custom AV connector.
Woo! Not easy to read that fast. Gates had fired a shot heard round the video gaming world, particularly in Japan. The Titans responded.
Everyone agrees that Bill Gates is a great businessman, but he's human, after all, and there are things that he does not know. Games are one of them. If you know nothing about sumo, you cannot expect to become a yokozuna.
And there is a series of photos in which Yamauchi and Gates are on the same stage. That was when they were doing like cable connectivity stuff, set-top box things. Nintendo was trying to not do the internet. That was the whole thing. Jumpman, take Ken Kutaragi.
They have no games. Microsoft
It's like Sony. Sony, no games.
Microsoft has put itself out of the game. Retailers in the US are already disappointed. Microsoft does not understand the entertainment business. The processing speed of their console is not fast enough, and the graphics are rough.
Now, Ethan, Sony had Cliffhanger and Bram Stoker's Dracula before they did the PlayStation.
The PlayStation 4 has no games. That's the online joke. Yes. Alex, you can take the late, great Hideki Sato.
Microsoft has huge money, and I have heard that Bill Gates plans to spend a couple $100 million on advertising for the Xbox. That is huge money. Sega has already committed to premiere 11 games on the Microsoft console.
I'm just imagining who's got the big bulky dinosaur now. Kazuhiko Nishi.
All right, we are going to do a brief pause. We will be back in a moment.
I don't know if I'll ever make a comeback. The audience can hear me right now.
I think welcome. He's being a science fiction author at this point, isn't he?
Yeah, he was even at the time. He had written a book, which was mentioned in Console Wars. But welcome back, everybody. I'm glad that you got to hear a little of Count Olaf. But now we're on to Chapter 5. Impossible to beat Sony in this race. All right, FTB, you went for Trenton, so you're getting Trenton.
No, I'm.
It was you? Okay.
Yeah, with my completely inconsistent and very awful Boston accent. Unless you're massively ignorant, you have to respect Microsoft's power. I mean, more money than God. Very much like Sony, a heritage of success in other industries. I know it's terrible. That's part of the point. Overall, in 2001, we forecast that 66%, I've lost it completely, it doesn't matter, 2 out of 3 retail console dollars will result from sales of PlayStation products.
So he cites the quotes of these now because he had to put 2 side by side. But in no other instance will he just, like, contextualize a quote that he's giving us. FTB, can you take Jay Allard? Since
Sure.
you read his description before.
Okay, I'm just trying to think of what voice you possibly use for the way they're describing him.
Go for sultry.
This is hard, actually. Let me think for a second.
Yeah, Mr. Slave from South Park.
Yeah, just right. Ooh. Let's talk about the guys that worked to sell the product to Bill Gates. Seamus Blackley has produced several games and was involved in the DirectX project. Ooh. We have the Sidewinder team, and Fries was one of the key proponents. He grew the Microsoft game business from virtually nothing to one of the most successful PC publishers. Jesus Christ! The Zone team was instrumental. The Zone team was the most popular game destination on the web. It was bred by game developers and gamers and game developers. Ooh.
Jay Allard, former vice president of the Xbox platform, Microsoft.
Crash Bandicoot. I don't remember well enough. The whole Emmy Weeks thing, except with Crash Bandicoot. Just picture that.
In the high-tech world, Bill Gates was the ultimate spokesperson. With the success of iMac and iPod, Steve Jobs was on his way to overtaking Gates as the leader and icon of technology. With the releases of the iPhone in 2007 and the iPad in 2010, Jobs would become the face of popular technology. He was the richest. He owned the largest company. He was the quintessential nerd. In 2001, Forbes magazine estimated his wealth at $58.7 billion, down from $1.3 billion from the year before. Down $1.3 billion from the year before.
Thanks for that context there. I was really curious how that compared to 2000.
Gates had survived the dot-com crash with minimal damage. The dot-com bust wasn't as gentle on the second richest person, Oracle founder Larry Ellison.
Sadly, he'll be just
not nearly
fine.
rough enough.
Yeah, exactly.
He'd been worth $47 billion in 2000, but Oracle stock had lost nearly 2/3 of its value, and his estimated net worth dropped to a paltry $26 billion in 2001.
I will only be able to afford to hunt 200 people for sport this year instead of 500.
Do you know what that does to a man?
Don't ask where they're doing the hunting. Much of Western society had a Bill Gates fixation ever since he'd been declared the world's wealthiest resident in 1995. Maybe since he'd become the world's youngest self-made billionaire in 1987. By the time
I don't know about Western society, but Stephen Kent sure has a Bill Gates fixation. I can tell that much from this paragraph.
By the time he married Melinda French in 1994, he played as prominently in gossip columns as many of Hollywood's biggest stars. Gates and his wife exchanged vows in the 17th hole of the Challenge Golf Course on the minimally populated Hawaiian island of Lanai. Yes, that island. Hoping to prevent onlookers from crashing their wedding, they reserved every room at the Manale Bay Hotel and chartered every available helicopter on the neighboring island of Maui. As CNBC announced in an August 2017 article, Bill Gates' private wedding destination is now open for bookings at a starting price of $10,000. Okay. What does this have to do with anything?
The first guest after it opened for bookings, one Stephen L. Kent.
When Gates spoke, people listened. The gaming world hung off his every syllable when he announced plans to create an Xbox at the Game Developers Conference in March 2000. And And the now Xbox-obsessed gaming press paid particular attention when he gave his keynote address at the 2001 Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. He appeared on stage beside a large kiosk covered by a black satin throw-cloth. As he began his speech, he said, "Now, for the first time, let me unveil the Xbox." He pulled the cloth aside, and there was the Xbox, 12 inches wide, 10 inches deep, and nearly 4 inches tall, taking up twice as many cubic inches as the PlayStation 2.
Without the controller, because that couldn't fit through the door.
I mean, Kent, you might as well be counting the number of airbags on the Xbox.
Sure, the case was bigger, but it also came with components not found on the PlayStation 2.
I.e. a computer.
With a game that you've played before, one of the unbelievable things here is that we have a hard disk, and so the information about the game will already be stored. You don't have to load it off the disc, meaning the DVD, or load it as you move from level to level. Yeah, definitely,
Just
that
because
didn't
the
happen.
PlayStation 2 totally didn't have a hard drive during its lifespan. No, sir.
Well, I mean, an external one, but...
And the Xbox totally avoided all loading from the disc on all of its games.
During the middle of Gates' speech, an imposing figure sauntered up to the stage. WWF superstar Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. As a professional,
my God, he had a gun.
As a professional wrestler, Johnson knew how to play to huge crowds, but he was also an exceptionally articulate individual, a featured speaker at the 2000 Republican National Convention. Never breaking the kayfabe of his persona as The Rock, he strutted onto the stage, joining Skates beside the recently unveiled Xbox. After trading a few canned jokes, Johnson made his pitch. Jacob.
If I may.
Oh, okay, fine.
No, not me. I don't want to do it.
Oh.
If Dale is in a place where he can speak, I would like to hear a quarter past Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
By all means.
Okay, let's do this.
All right.
The Xbox is everything The Rock is. Cutting edge, powerful, exhilarating. And like The Rock, it will be the most electrifying thing coming out this year.
There's no comparison.
Wait, what's The Rock doing?
I am Dwayne "The Rock"
He's the
Johnson.
Jay Leno for
I
this.
only endorse this product.
You'll love to hear it. Though he didn't mention it during his appearance, Johnson knew a little something about video games, at least those involving professional wrestlers. In the 1990s, when Acclaim Entertainment owned the WWF wrestling license, Johnson had a reputation for calling the Acclaim PR team to make sure his virtual self had the best moves and power. So he was the original Madden complainer, I guess.
Yes.
He didn't just lend his likeness to games like WWF Warzone and WWF SmackDown. He liked playing them. Sure. When Gates mentioned that the demo unit was missing chips and running at about 20% of its full power, Johnson responded, "Return, Dale."
Ladies and
Damn it,
gentlemen,
hold
The
on.
Rock has left the building.
Considering that this Xbox at this moment is only running on 1/5 of the system's power, it's very impressive. Bill, do you have any idea what The Rock would be like if it was running on only 1/5 of his power?
Gates got as far as, I would think that, before Johnson cut him off, yelling,
"It doesn't matter what you think, Bill."
And the crowd applauded. Everybody, come on. Get those claps in. The Consumer Electronics Show was held in January 2001. The next big event on the gaming horizon was the Electronic Entertainment Expo, held in Los Angeles, May 17th to 19th. I mean, there was a GDC in between there, but yeah, just don't mention that. This would be the moment when Microsoft and Nintendo allowed the public to try their consoles and games. Public, meaning retailers, game industry professionals, journalists, and enthusiasts who were persistent enough to register for the show. But you could register, but like, you had to prove that you could, you had some sort of credentials. The big news at any E3, however, happens in the days before the show. What? Since when?
He means technically the press conferences are before E3 opens. That's
Like before the show floor.
yeah.
That is when the big three, Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, replacing the now struggling Sega, held press conferences announcing their plans for the year. As the new kid on the console block, Microsoft politely sidestepped the time slots reserved by Nintendo and Sony. Since Nintendo held its conference in the middle of the day and Sony's was in the early evening, Microsoft scheduled its conference at 8 a.m. on Wednesday, May 16th, and stepped into a trap.
It's a trap!
Well known for
Our
hosting...
consoles cannot withstand processing power of that magnitude!
Well known for hosting wild parties, Sony Computer Entertainment America decided to throw a pre-show party on May 15th. It wasn't the Sony party, it was an unofficial soiree. And I was there, of course. You know, Kent needs to tell about all the parties he went to, the quality of the food, and, you know, what the entertainment was, and all that kind of stuff.
I was there, Ethan. I was there 20 years ago when the strength of Sega failed.
But in typical Sony fashion, it included free-flowing booze and ran into the early hours of the following morning. He was there for every single hour.
Yeah, this whole thing is just a stealth dialogue about his alcoholism, isn't it? Like,
Reporters.
It's Forrest Gump, except it's the alcoholism making him sound like that.
Reporters who might otherwise have attended the Xbox briefing bleary-eyed and alert stumbled in tired, some hungover, including me. To this day, many members of the Xbox team swear Sony purposely timed the party as an ambush. Sony may have forced Microsoft's press conference to start off on the wrong foot, but it didn't take long for Team Xbox to shoot itself in the foot as well. Standing beside a supposedly working Xbox console, Chief Xbox Officer Robbie Bach welcomed the audience.
So at 8 the next morning, we have a bunch of, to some degree, hungover journalists for an event that we're not ready for, where the script was changing every hour up until 2 in the morning the night before, where I was not...
Well, that's not the night before at that point.
Yes, where I was not disciplined enough or prepared enough to stop the music 2 or 3 days before and say, hey, we are going to present what we are confident we have right and nothing else. We ended up trying to start an Xbox that wasn't ready to be started. I clicked the button and nothing happened. That was exciting. And then we showed a game from Electronic Arts, Pirates game. The guy doing the demo was unable to get his ship off the rocks. That was super exciting.
Anybody know what that game was?
Was it Sea Dogs?
Oh no,
was it the Bethesda one? Before they did Pirates of the Caribbean?
It wasn't Summoner. That's a PlayStation game.
I want to say it's Pirates of the
Black
Black Cat. I want to say it's that.
the
They
Black
did have
Cat,
a demo
yeah.
for that, but I don't remember if that was for like the first E3. But that was a thing. But back then it was Pirates of Skull Cove when they actually talked about it.
Replacing the faulty Xbox took a couple of minutes. Once the console was up and running, the presentation improved. Bach announced that Xbox would launch on November 8th for $299 and promised anywhere from 15 to 20 games. He stated that due to manufacturing problems, Microsoft wouldn't only ship somewhere between 600,000 and 800,000 consoles by launch, but as many as 1.5 million would ship in time for Christmas. He also assured the audience that Xbox would sell out over the holidays. During his presentation, Bach announced that broadband gaming would evolve the industry and demonstrated X Communicator, a Xbox-ready headset that would allow gamers to chat online and say unspeakable things to 12-year-olds. Much of the conference followed the standard dog and pony show format, with industry luminaries demonstrating upcoming games and making obligatory claims about how their games would only run this well on Xbox. A smiling, gregarious Peter Moore, COO of Sega of America, began his presentation by joking with Bach about the discontinued Dreamcast, saying, "You know, it's amazing what you can afford once you get out of the hardware business."
You know, the highlight of that presentation was Peter Moore, who did a fabulous job talking about why Sega was coming into the platform and talking about how excited they were about coming into online games. That was the highlight.
Moore proceeded to announce that Sega's 2K sports games were headed to the Xbox. Shouldn't that be capitalized? Along with Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller and a port of House of the Dead 3. Oh, House of the Dead 3. Capcom Research and Development Director Yoshiki Akamoto, producer of 1942, Street Fighter 2, and Final Fight, promised Xbox versions of Onimusha Warlords and Dino Crisis. Oddworld Inhabitants founder Lorne Lanning demonstrated one of the most anticipated Xbox exclusives, Oddworld Munch's Odyssey. How'd that work out? Lewis Castle, Vice President of Creative Development at Electronic Arts, discussed plans to release Madden NFL and other sports games for Xbox. The final guest, Tecmo legend Tomonobu Itagaki, rest in peace, announced that his upcoming fighting game Dead or Alive 3 would be an Xbox exclusive.
Fucking legend.
Toward the end of the presentation, Bach announced plans to release Xbox in Japan on February 22, 2002, and in Europe the following month. Believing that European customers would be more receptive to an American-made video game console than their Japanese counterparts, journalists and industry analysts questioned that decision. Europe was a larger and more import-friendly market. With a few notable exceptions, American automobiles, electronics, toys, and video games sold poorly in Japan. In a message directed at analysts and retailers, Bach told the audience that Microsoft had committed $2 billion to expanding its video game business. Microsoft had deep, deep pockets. Neither Nintendo nor even Sony could match that commitment. I'm pretty sure Sony was spending over $2 billion at that point. Nintendo held its press conference at the Biltmore Hotel, a gilded Los Angeles landmark since 1923. Oh, Biltmore. Okay. But did you know it was a gilded Los Angeles landmark since 1923? This is important information. This was familiar territory for the journalists, retailers, investors, and game designers in attendance. Nintendo had reserved Biltmore as its E3 headquarters since the show. Biltmore. I don't know. As its E3 headquarters since the show began, using its auditorium for its pre-show press conferences and its ballroom and banquet halls for lavish parties, with entertainment provided by well-known acts such as jazz guitarist George Benson, piano singer Diana Krall, and Cirque du Soleil.
I mean, technically, it can't have been its headquarters ever since the show began, or nobody told them that everyone was going to Atlanta for 2 years, and they still held their press conference there anyway. Which, being Nintendo, it is possible.
And they chose the Biltmore because it had to be built more to handle all the stuff that they wanted.
Yes. Imagine trying to get around Cirque du Soleil when you're trying to get your luggage to your hotel room from the way that is described. I know it's in the event hall, but the way they describe it is like it's in the lobby or something.
They're just there doing a thing.
Hand them your suitcase and they kind of flip it up and up and up and it gets up to your floor.
Maybe they do an interpretive version of Lost Luggage. The game Lost Luggage.
Dale, you'll have to come back because we got Peter Main ahead. Nintendo's conference with the NOA Executive Vice President and Marketing, Peter Main, giving a fairly standard, very corporate speech.
They stand by.
We are standing by.
This says, I was about to log in real, Mike, but we got to go. This is tiny on my phone. This unquestionably is an extremely exciting day in the history of video games, and Nintendo says that with the perspective of over 20 years of exciting days in interactive entertainment. Let me start out this morning by saying that Nintendo is absolutely convinced that both Game Boy Advance and Nintendo GameCube are going to be huge.
Huge.
I underscore huge. Marketplace successes, no matter what any other manufacturer is planning to do. This is due both to the superior nature of Game Boy Advance and Nintendo GameCube, and the games that play on them.
but is also supported with the strategies that underlie them.
Peter Main, former Executive Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Nintendo of America. Love to see it. With Main on stage was a new face, Satoru Iwata, with whom Main introduced as a member of the Nintendo Board of Directors and the head of Nintendo Planning Worldwide. The date of this press conference, Tuesday, May 21st, 2002, is significant. The timing of this press conference is significant. Yeah, you just... What? It followed
The
on
letters of this press
It's gonna get worse.
It followed on the heels of
Nintendo.
Hiroshi Yamauchi's April 28, 2005 announcement that he planned to step down as Nintendo Company president of Nintendo Company Limited, naming Satoru Iwata as his successor.
That's right.
How can it follow 2005 and 2002?
Yeah, and we're in
Hiroshi
2001.
Yamauchi is actually a Time Lord.
And we're in 2001. This is the first year the Xbox. Like, he literally. What the hell did you do, Kent? What? How did you do this? I guess he I'm guessing he had some handwritten notes and he wrote the wrong number or something. Like, and he didn't double check.
With interplanetary travel, people may age at a different.
It's interstellar.
You just apply this to the theory of general
Well,
relativity.
one of them worked on the
It all
Large
makes
Hadron
sense.
Collider. Maybe he dropped a sandwich in there.
You see, guys, that this whole book so far has actually been taking place in 1962.
His 7-segment display was not working. One of the numbers was out.
Wow, that
It just pulls back to the invention of Space War, and the creators are like, "What the hell are you even talking about? Please leave. Who is this man? Security."
Iwata, short and sweet-faced, with an early Beatles group mop of hair and wireframe glasses. He's not a mop
See, I
top.
told you it was the 60s.
What?
Was the perfect public face for Nintendo. At 42 years of age, he had a clean-shaven, nerdy look. His demeanor was non-threatening, uncomplicated, comfortable, and fun.
I think I figured it out, Ethan. It's going to pan out from the Biltmore Hotel further and further back, and it's going to be a snow globe and a child Stephen Kenny.
And right in the middle of it is going to be Jack Torrance in the snow.
And that child is Milo from Microsoft Connect.
Unlike Hiroshi Yamauchi, Howard Lincoln, Minoru Arakawa, and Peter Main, Iwata had experience creating games. Though he'd helped produce many games while working at Nintendo's affiliated HAL Laboratory, he was most commonly associated with the Kirby games. Nobody associated him with anything.
Sakurai would be the one associated with the Kirby games,
Yeah.
since they're his.
Which featured a ghost-shaped alien protagonist that inhaled enemies. That then either spat them out as projectiles or absorbed them in their abilities to use in combat.
I don't know how, but that is definitely racist. Just calling him a ghost-shaped alien.
Here, try to describe Kirby for us.
There was
How are ghosts spherical?
There was something
He's thinking of Super
familiar.
Mario World.
There's something familiar about Satoru Iwata. He was an everyman.
Somebody please get Ken some attention. The dates are wrong. Kirby is incorrectly shaped. Is he having a stroke?
With his intelligent and nerdy persona, he epitomized Nintendo's image. Well, if he is having a stroke, don't worry, because I'm sure that Wyden and Kennedy will strike the right balance. Callbacks.
Oh, dear.
Iwata told the audience. Jumpman, that's you.
My apologies. We consider ourselves, above all, a game-based entertainment company. Also, folks, have you ever realized I'm not from Japan? I'm actually from Scotland. I forgot to mention that on the way in. We believe other people who make video game systems see themselves first as technology companies.
Industry insiders and competitors would echo this statement for the next decade and a half, but they would frame it in a light so that it reflected negatively on Nintendo. In Iwata's mind,
Gee.
it showed Nintendo in its best light.
Boy, Nintendo really did something to him as a kid, huh? Did he drop an NES on his foot? Like,
Kind-hearted and a discipline of Disney-esque fun, Iwata viewed technology strictly as a medium for delivering games. Polygons and interconnectivity mattered deeply to Sony's Ken Kutaragi and Microsoft's Robbie Buck.
Yes, that's why he championed the Nintendo Health Sensor, because only for delivering games.
yeah,
And
I
the
think I have
balance
some quotes back in their earliest days of directly contradictory to what that said there. Obviously, people's viewpoints can change over time, but Iwata wasn't like that. That's
No,
really
he was-
strange assumption to make.
He was about delivering fun, like in that,
Yeah.
but that can take many forms.
Yeah. He was about theory of play and stuff like that, but he was
Now-
never like.
Now Reggie, he was all about taking names and playing games.
Yes, his body was, as we all know, ready.
Indeed. Iwata would have happily continued making games for the original NES if he believed people would have played them. Okay, that's a statement. Nintendo had a reputation for asking people what they wanted, but not listening to what they said. All right.
Citation needed.
Okay.
This wasn't necessarily bad. When the rest of the world said the console market had died, Nintendo launched the NES and created a billion-dollar empire. At a time when fighting games were all the rage, Nintendo reintroduced Donkey Kong in a pre-rendered side-scrolling adventure and recaptured the market. And don't forget about Killer Instinct, which was meant to capture the fighting game part. Okay. When Nintendo released a new console, it meant that a new Zelda and Mario games were on the way. It was a predictable format. It was a reliable strategy. It was classical conditioning at its finest. Okay.
Yes, consumers
thank
are all
you.
dogs.
Yeah.
That's what we're getting from
Yeah,
this.
yes. Miyamoto's secret mastermind is it's like the Wizard of Oz. Miyamoto's head is going to collapse in like a bunch of static, and out from the curtain steps B.F. Skinner with his little box.
FTV.
Whatever system they bring out, Miyamoto pulls a rabbit out of his hat and makes another winning game that always puts their platform back on the map.
Like Wii music.
Hey, it had a harpsichord in it. I gotta give him credit.
There was, of course, a third company that held a press conference on Wednesday, May 16th, 2001. That company was Sony Computer Entertainment, if you didn't know. I had to run all the way across the street to go and catch it.
It was hard to
to
do because I was
2002
so
and back
drunk.
again.
With a 1-year head start, Sony had the luxury of focusing on games, while Nintendo and Microsoft evangelized their hardware. No one could have predicted how successful it would be, but everyone knew Sony would have a big year in games. During the Sony conference, Electronic Arts demonstrated its big line of exaggerated sports games, with SXX Tricky and NBA Street. Squaresoft absolutely dazzled the audiences with its bright and symphonic trailer for Final Fantasy X, because you have to say X because the sequel is X2, so you can't say 10. 10-2, that would be stupid.
Because they tend to, I don't know.
Capcom's Shinji Mikami, creator of the Resident Evil series, he did it all by himself, presented Devil May Cry.
Please enjoy our kit-bashed Resident Evil game that we don't know what to do with.
The big event came in the form of Konami game designer Hideo Kojima, revealing gameplay footage from his upcoming game Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty.
Starring Solid Snake!
3 years had passed since the release of Metal Gear Solid for the original PlayStation, a mega hit that ultimately sold more than 6 million copies worldwide. Konami had teased E3 audiences with a short trailer the year before. Now that Kojima was finally revealing more, everyone agreed Metal Gear Solid 2 was a top contender for the biggest game of the year. Along with an astonishing third-party lineup, Sony had substantial first- and second-party offerings as well. Microsoft and Nintendo would dominate the headlines with their new hardware, but people don't actually play consoles, they play games.
That is PlayStation Music Visualizer Eraser, and I won't stand for it.
Yeah. Sony had Jak and Daxter and Gran Turismo 3 as A-spec in the pipeline. While its competitors discussed future prospects, Sony Computer Entertainment had a growing library, which is also a future prospect. As SCA Vice President of Marketing Andrew House pointed out, in the video game industry, Johnny.
Content is king.
There we go. All right. Hardware comparison. In the 2001-2002 Home Interactive Entertainment Market Update, Arcadia Investment Corporation ran a succinct table showing side-by-side comparison of the three systems, and everybody was reading it. Everybody. The statistics and numbers were striking. Xbox consistently had the most powerful components and fastest performance, with GameCube generally coming in second and PlayStation 2 in third. Okay, we're not reading all this, but...
Oh, not again.
There it is.
For your pleasure? Okay, no, he just... Alright, this is just like an addendum bit, like, in the middle here. He's never done that before. Weird. Alright. Star Wars, Rogue Squadron 2, Rogue Leader. Nintendo suffered for not having a Mario game ready when it launched GameCube in Japan, and Mario would be AWOL for the US launch as well.
Mario is missing.
Well, if you think about it, that's what Luigi's Mansion was, in a way.
The soft reboot of the Mario is missing franchise, yes.
Of the 12 games that would be available, several were the obligatory available on every system variety, such as Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Madden NFL 2002, and Crazy Taxi. No, Crazy Taxi! There we go. I was still at Sega. The damage had already been done to us by PlayStation 2, and in fact, I remember going to Nintendo and asking for dev kits. FTV?
We brought Sonic the Hedgehog mascot to We brought the Sonic the Hedgehog mascot to Nintendo, and they gave it a big hug. Nintendo of America. Arakawa was there, and by that I mean Nintendo of America President Minoru Arakawa was there. Please stop doing that to Sonic the Hedgehog, President Arakawa. And Nintendo of America CEO Howard Lincoln was there.
Was he ever CEO, Alex?
No, I'm pretty sure his title was chairman, not CEO.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what they meant by shippers. They were just so gracious to us, and they welcomed us into the family and never said a word about the hard times and the competition behind us.
Most of the GameCube launch games were either available on other systems or known commodities from the Japanese launch. The notable exception to this was the game attracting the most interest was Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 - Rogue Leader. The sequel to the 1998 N64 game, Star Wars Rogue Squadron, 2001's Rogue Leader, was created by Factor 5, a tech-savvy independent studio that was somewhat joined at the hip with LucasArts, the software arm of Lucasfilm. Not really. The Factor 5 did other stuff.
Kind of, but yeah, that's a weird thing to say.
Having helped develop the GameCube sound chip, which we didn't mention when we were talking about them being in with the hardware, the Factor 5 crew knew the system inside and out. Factor 5 had worked on several high-profile projects for the N64. Owing to the limitations of the cartridge format, publishers turned to Factor 5 for help compressing the audio files in their games. Yes, this is a very well-known thing. Capcom, Resident Evil 2, Atari, San Francisco Rush 2049, except that would have been published under Midway, wouldn't it, at that point? And Nintendo itself, Pokemon Stadium, were among its more notable customers. Factor 5 also published 3 LucasArts games for N64. 2 of them, Star Wars Rogue Squadron and Star Wars Episode 1 - Battle for Naboo, were original titles. Insofar as any Star Wars game can be original.
Indy, I know this story.
The third game, Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine, was an adaptation of a PC game. The story behind porting the Infernal Machine to the N64 is illustrative of why both LucasArts and Nintendo took Factor 5 so seriously. Johnny, Can you take Julian Eggebrecht now? Eggebrecht.
Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine was an unbelievably painful game to do. The PC version was never meant to be played on the N64. George Lucas got a crazy idea internally, not the first time, with the really talented young programmer to port it to the PlayStation. They got about half of the port going, and it became clear that the PC version on 2 CDs, because of the size of the levels, would be impossible to bring to the PlayStation. Didn't stop Capcom. At that point, we wanted to do another project because we had just finished Rogue Squadron, and I always wanted to do a Tomb Raider-like game. We approached Lucas and said, "Why don't you give us the creative freedom? We want based on the Ocarina of Time to reinvent indie? We'll take all the assets, the level design, and everything, but we'll bring them over to the N64 and we'll change everything so that it doesn't feel like a PC game, but genuinely feels like a Nintendo game." It was almost too much to chew. What we bit off, because the game was huge, and to get that into that cartridge at the same time while completely redoing the controls and everything was a stressful project, to put it mildly.
Oh, sorry. I flip the page. Yeah, if you ever want to know some extra details about the Infernal Machine, you can listen to Dev Game Club. It's not Game Dev Club. But yeah, those two guys, they worked on the Infernal Machine. They do a bunch of interviews and stuff too, but like they do game design breakdowns, and they sometimes talk about their time at LucasArts.
An underrated game.
Having created a previous Rogue Squadron game and Battle for Naboo, Factor 5 was comfortable with Star Wars mechanics, and using already existing models, a small team of Factor 5 designers had created the Rogue Leader demo for Space World in just 19 days. As you said before, you don't need to say the exact number again.
Everybody else was busy with Battlefront 2 and Indiana Jones, so it was about 5 people
Battlefront
doing the whole
2?
thing.
Battlefront 1 wasn't out yet.
So it was about 5 people doing the whole thing, Rogue Leader. You know how you were able to fly over the surface of the second Death Star, right? We didn't have a level editor that can do anything but landscapes at the time. And that's not a landscape. It's basically tiles, like floor tiles. We edited the map in Notepad, just typing in the numbers until there was an interesting pattern of those tiles.
Reminds me that like text editing geometry and stuff, like one guy who was working at Origin on Wing Commander was telling me, like, yeah, we didn't have like a model viewer, we just had a text file. We had to put it all together. Leading with Rogue Leader and Luigi's Mansion didn't make for an optimal launch library, but Nintendo had already painted itself into a corner. With Luigi's Mansion, while Luigi's Mansion was about Mario's brother entering a haunted house to rescue him from ghosts, it didn't qualify as a Mario game, in my very sophisticated opinion, of course.
Bullshit.
Yeah, what are we going to? No, we just got done with mixtape. We're not doing the thing now again, are we?
The problem with Rogue Leader was that air combat games a la Afterburner and Ace Combat, yeah, those are the ones that you should go to, you know, like, there were no other games since then about air combat.
Yeah, nothing that started with and ended with Ing Commander, no sir.
We're not particularly popular anymore. I mean, that much is
or
kind
you know,
of true.
the number of Star Wars flight sim games.
Well, yes, yeah. Likewise, Star Wars games had a spotty history on consoles, and the recently released Star Wars prequel film The Phantom Menace had received a mixed reception. Far too good for what it was worth. Released in Japan on November 21st and the United States on December 3rd. Okay. European and Australian releases of Super Smash Bros. Melee were delayed until 2000. Oh, okay, what? Okay, we were talking about Rogue Leader. We're talking about Melee. All right. Okay. 2 weeks after the GameCube's launch.
Yeah, don't you remember how Super Smash Bros. Melee was set on the surface of the second Death Star?
Wow.
Super Smash Bros. Melee would go on to become the best-selling GameCube game of 2001. Still didn't sell enough. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion snagged second place, but Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2, Rogue Leader's historical importance isn't based on sales.
Well, Steve, you couldn't get those numbers, could you, Steve?
Haha. This was the game that proved GameCube was more than a purple toy with a big black handle. Definitely not Smash Brothers, in which people, literally, I was there, people took their consoles to each other's house to play Super Smash Brothers in their backpacks.
Indeed.
Oh, they still did that for many years afterwards. They probably still do.
They have different solutions. When it came to processing power, GameCube was a contender. Okay. That's a weird turn of phrase. Halo! Combat Evolved. Halo italicized for some reason and not the actual full title of the game. All right.
Indeed. It was a great acquisition for the Bungie guys. Some of them would say we didn't pay enough. Not many people would have paid what we paid for that unfinished game that would become Halo. Right? That was a tenuous.
What was the working title for Halo?
It was always called Halo.
Yeah, like what was that
different genre.
unfinished game that would become Halo? Like it wasn't Marathon 4. Like what?
He probably just said something like prototype. He probably said for that unfinished prototype or something like that.
And Kent is intent on putting in these asides to like make it absolutely clear what they're talking about at all times instead of using the quote in an interesting way. Microsoft needed a strong launch title even more than Nintendo. When Nintendo released new consoles, gamers knew that Mario Link and Mario Kart would soon follow. Nothing else mattered. Mario and Mario Kart. Definitely no, bounty hunters in space and those things.
And they definitely never introduced a single successful franchise after the Super Nintendo.
Mm-hmm. No one knew what to expect from Microsoft.
I remember one time going out to the Xbox division offices. I need to have like a different name for all these different voice for all these parentheses, which were somewhat separate from the rest of Microsoft, and they had a Jolly Roger flag flying out in front of the building. All of us in the game industry were super skeptical and cynical. We assumed that the Xbox was going to be a Windows machine, and games would be an afterthought. The whole attitude about flying that pirate flag out in front of the building and giving us that independence and autonomy to do it right. What the hell was that thing? Were they Monkey Island fans? One Piece hadn't come out yet? I don't know. They were crazy.
They'd read Stephen Levy's Insanely Great.
They took one look at Black Cat, that demo, and were just like, "Nah, we're putting all our hopes on this."
all of our fortunes rely on Sea Dogs 3.
Yes.
People forget that was when all the antitrust crap was happening. And Bill Gates' nerdy image and the image that everyone had of Microsoft at the time was that it was some kind of evil empire.
It still is.
In terms of trying to build a hip, cool, young consumer brand, that was a big handicap. And that's before I get to you, Steve Ballmer. Sorry.
As the wealthiest corporation in the world, Microsoft can buy many things, but money can't buy a good reputation. Well,
Except in Nebraska.
That's the funniest thing that kids have said yet.
Having been turned away by established companies like Squaresoft and Nintendo, Microsoft went shopping for games. One of the first titles Xbox team tried to purchase was Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2.
Microsoft made a desperate attempt to try to get Rogue Leader on the Xbox and steal it away from Nintendo. At Space World, Seamus and his team had seen the demo. They approached LucasArts and said, "We want the game. We're willing to pay crazy amounts of money to you guys." This became an extremely contentious issue because we were all aligned with Nintendo. LucasArts was looking only at the financial side of the whole thing, and throughout October and November 2000 was strongly pressuring us to switch sides.
Yes, because LucasArts at that time was intelligent about financial management. That is, no.
Yeah.
Factor 5 persuaded LucasArts to walk away from the deal, but by that time, Xbox content VP Ed Freeze had set his sight on a different target. Like so many legendary game studios, Bungie Software started out as a solo act. I don't know about that. The company founder, Alex Seropian, creating a shareware version of Pong that he called Gnop. While studying mathematics at the University of Chicago, Serapian created a second game, Operation Desert Storm, before setting up a partnership with fellow mathematics major and game designer Jason Jones.
Yes, a partnership, because Bungie Software didn't start out as a solo act. It was Alex Serapian and Jason Jones.
Yes.
At the time they joined forces, Jones was working on a game called Minotaur, The Labyrinths of Crete, which ultimately would be released under the Bungie label. While most of the computer gaming world focused on the PC market, Serapian and Jones made games for Macintosh computer systems. They had the market largely to themselves, with a few exceptions, such as Rand Miller and Robin Miller's mega hit Myst. Yes, they created the game all by themselves. The Macintosh had become a gaming netherworld.
Yes, certainly not enough games to write a whole book about it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it was a wasteland compared to PC, but like he makes it sound like 5 people made games for the Macintosh.
Yeah, there's a reason why the video that I have to do on Mac gaming in Japan is the one I call the Beast, because it's such a long process and video to do. Like, yeah, I don't know where he's at there. Like, but whatever, we'll go on. He's going to try it. Let's see if he actually gets to Marathon or just skips it.
Who was the guy who made the MacBook? Who runs that podcast? I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
This was no accident. At the time, Apple leadership eschewed games as bad for the Macintosh image. In 1995, Next Generation magazine tried to include Apple president Michael Spindler in its list of 75 most influential
Moss
people
was
in
Secret
games.
History of Mac Gaming.
Spindler responded, "Please remove my name for your list. The Macintosh computer isn't a platform for games." Because that's how much fun that this man exudes. I was doing for a while that list. I was like saying, because it says some stuff about like where their next move is potentially, and it was kind of fun going through that. But I never actually finished it. It's 75 people. It's a lot, and probably more than 75 people because it had like the Stampers together as one. Bungie's next project, Pathways into Darkness, was a Wolfenstein 3D lookalike set in a Mayan pyramid. Instead of having concrete walls and steel doors in an underground bunker, Pathways featured doors and walls that were made of stone. Instead of Nazis, Pathway had aliens. For PC gamers, this would have been all too familiar territory. For back users, this is an entree into a long unpathed world.
It's more a clone of the game before Wolfenstein 3D than Wolfenstein 3D. But whatever. I'm a early Bungie fanboy. I should shut up now because I'm gonna get
Hover tank.
No, the other the cave one.
Catacombs 3D.
Catacomb 3D. Thank you very much.
All right, FTB, give this one your best Chicago accent.
I don't have a Chicago accent, but I'll try it. By the time Pathways came out, Mac users were dying for a game like this.
Serapian explained in an alumni interview with the University of Chicago magazine. Okay. It's random quotes that he pulls that say nothing. They say nothing at all.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff about those games. I don't know why he's... whatever.
I mean, Bungie's very well documented because they put out stuff on the internet when they were growing and stuff, so... Yeah.
If you're going to bring up University of Chicago, might as well bring up Scav while you're at it.
Yeah, and they always had a lively discussion because to this day nobody knows what the exact hell happened in Marathon Infinity. So
the company grew slowly. Serapian and Jones moved to their first office space and fired their first full-time employee, Doug Zartman, in 1994. Is he going to come up again? I doubt it. Bungie earned a stellar reputation in the Mac gaming community with its next series, Marathon. By this time, Gil Amelio had replaced Michael Spindler as the president of Apple Computers. 2 months before Bungie released its next game, Myth: The Fallen Lords, Apple had replaced Amelio with Steve Jobs as interim CEO. Myth was a notable title. It was a real-time strategy game that featured cartoon cutscenes at the start of every level, similar in style to the animation of the iconic arcade hit Dragon's Lair. Wait, isn't it in 3D? Like, what?
Myth's cutscenes really resemble Don Bluth.
Okay. I guess
they're cute, but they're not. Well, I guess they're vaguely Bluth. They're Bluthish in the way that like Circle of Blood is and things like that.
I suppose it's kind of
Broken Sword would be for everybody else. It's not in the United States, huh? I guess it's kind of like if you're looking at it crosswise, I'll just put it down to Kent not having his glasses on. It's
I
Don
just felt
Bluth
like
average.
putting in something for comparison.
Myth's cutscene made it a unique entry in the genre that had recently become overcrowded. Yes, just the cutscenes, nothing else.
Yeah,
Myth is,
yes, because
Myth is a
another
weird
strategy
game.
company but another strategy company would not totally become famous for cutscenes in the decades afterwards. Totally.
Yes. Yeah, Myth is a very strange game. Even
I want my remaster. I love that game.
And
I
one that
adored it.
doesn't delete your windows as well.
Well, I don't know. It's Windows 11. In fact, maybe with Myth 2, maybe they could bring that back. I know that's an exaggeration, but it's
Building off the success of Myth, the Bungie team began work on a new RTS game, one set in this science fiction universe. Wait, did he actually? Okay, Marathon was mentioned, but yeah, we're not getting any in-depth discussion of Marathon here. Instead of knights and monsters, this game would feature space marines and aliens. By this time, Bungie had grown into a mid-sized game publisher with a larger office in Chicago and a San Jose, California branch called Bungie West. The Bungie booth had become a location of interest at Apple's annual Macworld Expo, when Bungie executive Peter Tomte reached out to Apple CEO Steve Jobs to discuss the upcoming project. Jobs agreed to have a look. Jobs liked what he saw. And he had Jason Jones make a short presentation during his keynote address at Macworld 1999. Oh, I was hoping we were going to get the Steve Jobs quote, so someone would have to read Steve Jobs and then have to wash their soul afterwards. Monologuing in his traditional black top and blue jeans, Jobs said, oh, we do have a Jobs quote. All right. Alex, will you take the burden of the Jobs quote?
Sure. We are starting to see some great games come back to the Mac. But this is one of the coolest I've seen. This game is going to ship early next year from Bungie, and this is the first time anybody has seen it. The first time they've debuted it.
He then invited Jason Jones to demonstrate the game. Clearly uncomfortable in front of a large audience, Jones gave a few straightforward comments. He assured the audience, F2B. Oh, did he? Jumpman.
Wait, where's the line?
Right here.
Everything you were about to see is being rendered in real time.
Everything you're about to see here is being rendered in real time on a Macintosh using OpenGL.
The game he demonstrated had many of Halo's now familiar elements, including soldiers in green combat armor, silvery aliens, and vehicles.
Yes, not totally like that other series we're not mentioning that totally didn't have those things.
The demonstration took place in a sprawling but sparse landscape with the eponymous Halo structure as a backdrop. But that shouldn't be italicized, because Halo is an element of the world.
Halo universe is what it's called.
The reaction was immediate and enthusiastic, but Jones was preaching to the choir. Macworld was to Apple what Space World was to Nintendo. It was attended by a loyal enthusiast crowd, and the game-starved Mac players didn't have hundreds of titles to choose from, so having a ringing endorsement from no less than Steve Jobs ensured that the game would be the star of the show. For the next showing at E3 2000 would provide a better gauge of how the game stacked up against similar titles. This should not be a separate paragraph. It should be part of that paragraph. Anyways. For this show, Bungie previewed a 9-minute cinematic trailer in which human soldiers mounted a losing battle against a technologically superior alien force. In the last moments, a mysterious soldier in recognizably Spartan armor wades into the battle. The trailer ends with the super soldier now sending his comrades away while he remains to fight alone. The game was shown from a third-person perspective. Compared to Macworld, E3 placed Seropian Jones and the rest of the Bungie before a less friendly crowd. Against the noise and competition of E3, Halo could easily go unnoticed. The biggest audience on the show floor was parked in front of the Konami booth watching the Metal Gear Solid 2 trailer, which played every 30 minutes. But it's 2000. It's E3 2000. But that's not. You said that Metal Gear Solid 2 premiered in 2001.
No, he
We're
mentioned
doing
that there
more
was a
years.
brief trailer the year before. He did. He
Okay.
said it was shown in 2001, and there was a brief trailer the year before.
All right.
But I think he is mixing up the trailers because that was a short one. The 2001 one was the one that ran every 30 minutes. That thing was everywhere.
FTB. You are the
I
Cuphead
saw the
guy.
Halo at E3. I saw the Halo at E3 before Microsoft bought it. The demo was outstanding, thanks to Marty O'Donnell's pulse-pounding music.
Dean Takahashi, lead writer, GameSpeed, and the Cuphead guy. Like many young studios, Bungie struggled to keep afloat. Seropian and Jones signed a distribution deal with Take-Two Interactive, which also assumed minority ownership. Looking for more financial stability, VP Peter Tomte contacted Microsoft and asked to meet with Ed Freeze. At that point, Halo was still an unnamed third-person shooter. But no, it was Halo. Like, what? Not a name.
No, it was the Halo.
The Halo.
The landscape
It
for
was,
rough
it
and
was
barren.
Larry Niven's Ring World.
There you go. The landscapes were rough and barren, but the skyline and backdrops were sumptuous. Freeze saw something special in the game and offered to buy Bungie outright. Jacob.
When Halo was shown,
The
it didn't
Halo.
show very well. The Halo. It takes people with foresight to be able to look through that and understand that here's a potential thing, here's a potential concept, etc., etc. That's the beauty of the games business. Much like making movies, it's a real art combined with science. You have to have some divining rod that enables you to look at something and say, you know what, that's never going to make it, or this thing has real potential. This is where we can help it. It's very easy for people to kill something early or jump on something if it doesn't look great. I think that was probably the case with the Halo. Again, Ed deserves a lot of credit for sticking with it and making a huge driver for the Xbox, for Xbox Live as well.
Look, without Bungie, without buying Bungie, it was Ed's brilliant maneuver. It was Ed. All Ed. You know, it wasn't an expensive acquisition. It wasn't cheap, but it wasn't expensive. There was some earn-out structure, so I don't know exactly how that all played out, but it was not an expensive acquisition, as these things go. Obviously, it paid huge dividends. Without it, Xbox probably doesn't survive.
Publicly traded or not, Microsoft has never announced the price of the Bungie acquisition. I'm pretty sure people have talked about it, though, so I think that, yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
I think, because, you know,
Business
eventually
studies.
yeah, I mean, Bungie was highly looked at, and, you know, then they split off, and, you know, other things happened, and other things happened in the last couple of years as well, but, you know, not for discussion at this time. While the figures rumored at $15 million, recent estimates place it somewhere between $20 and $30 million. On June 19th, 2000, the month after E3, Microsoft officially announced the acquisition along with the news that it reached an agreement with Take-Two, resulting in exclusive publishing and distribution rights for Halo. Okay, are you going to explain that? Why did they need to? What?
Well,
I know.
I mentioned that.
Their share.
Yeah, Take-Two agreed to publish it and bought a minority stake, so they would have had to clear all of that.
The official press release included a quote from Alex Seropian, speaking in still-stilted language of press relations.
This is an outstanding opportunity to combine the strength of two outstanding software companies, Bungie's talent for creating games and Microsoft's strength in distribution. Microsoft will provide us with the resources and infrastructure we need to continue to build great games and make them available on a worldwide scale.
Like, why is this quoted? Because he's like, it's real stilted and stuff. So, like, what insight do we get from this quote being in the book? What insight? Tell me.
That's the only thing that
Halo
was
is a game for
about
the
it.
Xbox. It's got trees.
And if
Now-
you plant a tree... Oh, wait, wrong game.
Ooh. Now, with over 65 million Halo branded games sold, it's easy to overlook the extent of Ed Freeze's gamble. There was no way he could have seen how big a hit the the completed Halo would become. I mean, if you're bundling something in with the software, like.
And also, can I just point out that he clearly interviewed Ed Freeze, and yet there are no quotes from Ed Freeze around acquiring Halo?
Yes, and one of the stories he told in the panel, he talked about moving Bungie, like getting Bungie new offices and things.
It's just so weird that he doesn't have any quotes from Ed Freeze about Halo.
Yeah, there's no, like, there's, his whole thing, consistency does not exist. Like, he just grabs what he has at random and then throws it in the book. And
Ethan, at this point in time does not exist.
AI and no play makes Kent a dull boy. AI and no play makes Kent a dull boy.
Well, I wouldn't.
Stephen L. Kent has come unstuck in time.
I mean, I would never accuse Kent of using AI in this stuff. It was before the boom and stuff. But this is what he is. This is what he's been since the early days that he's been doing this stuff. He's not a good writer. Like it's just a fact. There was video games were then still seen as the exclusive domain of kids. Oh my god, what? Really? Oh my god. The original PlayStation had accelerated the evolution of games towards an older audience, but the extent of that evolution had yet to reveal itself.
That's not true.
No. Because you could look at market studies at the time. It was moving. It was already well past the kid range as the primary audience. To put things in perspective, the best-selling game of 1996 was Super Mario 64. The best-selling game of 1997 was Mario Kart 64. In 1998, it was Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Donkey Kong 64 topped the charts in 1999. There's no way! No way that was the top game of the year! No fucking way!
No. Even on the console?
Maybe on the console, because there wasn't that much coming out.
But yeah.
No fucking way Donkey Kong 64 beat, like, Final Fantasy 8. No way.
Yeah.
It was Pokemon Red, Blue, Green, Yellow, etc.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, okay.
Also that,
yeah.
But yeah.
And Pokemon Stadium was the best in 2000. No first-person shooter had been the best-selling game of the year in the console world. Yeah, there wasn't that many.
Right.
Yeah, we know about the Doom porting cars.
With 8 million cartridges sold, GoldenEye 007 was the third highest selling game on the N64, but it wasn't the top selling game in one of these years. All right, whatever. But it was an anomaly. The only other FPS in the N64 top 20 was Perfect Dark, which came in 19th. The top selling first person shooter on the original PlayStation was the original Medal of Honor, which came in 54th.
In hindsight, people say rougher games because first-person shooters became popular. But remember, Halo was the first-person shooter that was successful in the US since Bond, GoldenEye 007, on the N64.
Yeah, Medal of Honor definitely wasn't successful. Nope, not at all. Now, working as Microsoft employees, the Bungie team had 18 months to port their game from Macintosh over to Xbox while adding the finishing touches. Halo looked solid by May 2001, but within the Xbox team, people remained skeptical.
We decided we had to show Halo, which was a mistake. It wasn't ready, and we showed a multiplayer version of it that wasn't optimized and didn't play well or look good. So, that was bad.
Work continued on Halo into the summer. The multiplayer mechanics were implemented. Bungie fine-tuned the controls. Always a problem with console versions of PC games, so that running, driving, and jumping felt perfect. Are we going to get any bit about the auto-aim? The most important of all...
The running, driving, and jumping are not the parts of first-person shooters that were a problem on consoles.
Well, I mean, jumping is, but that's an inherent problem with first-person shooters.
The perfection of driving the Warthog. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yes. That made all the difference.
Most important of all, the fine-tuned control scheme made aiming weapons faster and more accurate without making it too easy.
It really changed the industry, changed everything. Because of Halo, there was a whole genre of games that suddenly, the simple mechanism of joystick moving both using a gun and moving a gun and moving a player at the same time, where you used to have a keyboard and a mouse, and now you do it on a game controller. That mechanism changed the industry. Yes.
Well, I don't, Mr. Bach.
Why the condescending like the emphasis? It's like a mouse. Like
Alex makes
How
choices
dare
and lives
these
with them.
PCs do anything? Here at Microsoft, we look down upon the PC. That's why we invented BASIC, because we thought the personal computer was basic. It was beneath us.
Y'all basic.
That sure proved to be right.
When reporters came to tour the Xbox team's new Millennium Campus headquarters located on the fringe of Redmond, the tour included multiplayer Halo matches against Bungie and Microsoft employees. I have withheld who won the matches for historical purposes. As fall approached, Halo emerged as Microsoft's Mario killer and the best reason to purchase an Xbox. This was the game that would differentiate Xbox from PlayStation 2 and every console before it. Thanks to Bill Gates' Ethernet port, he personally installed them in every Xbox. Players could set up LAN parties linking multiple Xbox to multiple televisions, allowing up to 16 people to fight in the same match. After Halo, multiplayer content would become as important and often more important than single-player campaigns for FPS titles. I don't think that was solely a Halo thing.
Unreal Tournament? What's that?
Yes.
Yeah. Doom Deathmatch? What?
Even though players couldn't take it online, Halo was the game that sparked the demand for online play on consoles. Okay. You can say that, but, source? More than any game since 2000, it changed the industry. Okay. Halo Combat Evolved caused video games to evolve.
And it's been a while, but that entire paragraph, that final paragraph, highlighted 7 times by Kindle users. It's the only one we've had tonight.
All right. Yeah, not many people buying this book and to highlight their The launch season. Game Boy Advance launched in North America on June 11th and in Europe on June 21st. Thanks for that information. I definitely didn't need to go to Wikipedia for that.
And we have no build up to this.
We've been talking about consoles in this entire chapter. Now here's a handheld launching.
Built around a 32-bit processor, the Game Boy Advance, GBA, don't forget, was modestly billed in Nintendo as being comparable to a portable version of the 16-bit Super NES, except for the terrible sound. It was very sad.
God, yes.
It's not good sound. Such bit crush. According to Perrin Kaplan, Nintendo of America Vice President of Corporate Affairs, who we already introduced, the design of GBA was heavily influenced by Gunpei Yokoi, the late designer of the original Game Boy and Game Boy Color. Not that he could have known. It didn't have a cutting-edge processor or a particularly high-resolution screen. Like so many Yokoi designs, GBA was meant to be fun, simple, and inexpensive. It was better than all the other ones on the market, so...
And, of course, the important caveat that Gunpei Yokoi was not the designer of the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color.
True. Nintendo sold 16.9 million GBAs worldwide in 2001. In the rush to cover consoles, it was easy to overlook the incredible success of Game Boy Advance. Are we saying GBA or are we saying Game Boy Advance? He's literally just going back and forth, which is weird. Not how he's been doing it
Not
before.
that it matters, there's only 16.9 of them.
Sony sold 18.5 million PlayStation 2s worldwide in 2001, edging out Game Boy Advance as a top-selling game system. But Sony had been shipping PS2s all year long. Nintendo launched GBA in Japan in March, and in North America, in Europe, in June. Okay, so he did the launch after saying how many they sold. Okay, what? Jesus Christ, Ken. What is your editor doing? Really? Like, what is he doing?
Tour?
The general response to Game Boy Advance, with its extended battery life and improved resolution, was positive. It was lightweight and ergonomic, with an MSRP of $99.99. It was reasonably priced. Best of all, it was
Just don't
backwards
ask
compatible.
anybody about the screen.
It wasn't great. It was better than Game Boy, at least. Even with the increased detail.
You could barely make it out.
The SP was fine.
Yeah.
I had an original version GBA. I liked, I had
both.
I had a Game Boy Color, so I had the backlit screen before. But it was because it had a built-in light thing that you could use. It would drain your battery, but it would make it better.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is that color screens do not work in a reflective manner. Like black and white is fine, but color is just too dark.
Well, I played in many snowstorms, so I think it was fine. With over 1,000 games on the market for the original Game Boy GBA launch with the largest active library in games. The second highest selling game of the year was Game Boy Color hit Pokemon Crystal. But at that point, like, nobody was going to buy Game Boy games except Pokemon to play on their GBA. You would pick it up at, like, you know, that people were selling them, like, for $2 in the used market. The second highest selling game of the year was the Game Boy Color hit Pokemon Crystal. Not everything was perfect on the GBA front. Its screen was so dark that an aftermarket arose to sell lighting kits brightening the screen. Again, Game Boy already had that. On November 15th, Xbox went on sale with a retail price of $299.
And now back to the Xbox.
Yes. The same price as the PlayStation 2. Xbox production slowed by manufacturing problems, but Microsoft delivered more units than expected. Robbie Buckets promised 300,000 units on launch day, but Microsoft delivered 400,000, all of which sold out. And we're not going to mention the big, event in Times Square or whatever, where they handed out the first Xbox. Come on.
Kent must not have been there.
All the indicators look positive for Microsoft. By the end of the year, Microsoft had shipped and sold another 1 million hardware units. Customer demand remained high, so high, in fact, that some retailers took advantage of the situation. Oh no. Because they typically use money on hardware, console manufacturers are rigid about the price of their systems. Big stores, small stores, toy stores, department stores, discount stores, it didn't matter. Not even video game stores like Software Etc. or Electronics Boutique were allowed to slash console prices.
That would be illegal price fixing, Kent. Like, they sure are allowed. Now, whether they did not because of vague pressure put on them is another thing. But legally, they kind of have to be allowed to do that.
Like the console makers themselves, the retail channel was giving away razors and selling blades. Now, retail always makes more money on something when they sell it. It's just you literally cannot run a retail business where you're
they have
There's
a margin.
a thing called a margin.
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be a smaller margin on the consoles, but retail will have a margin.
Yeah. Like the console makers themselves, the retail channel, the games and peripherals, which had been much higher margin. With Xbox consoles in such high demand, many retailers put together bundles requiring customers to purchase multiple games with their systems.
That would also be illegal.
Yeah. What's your evidence for this? Like,
I mean, we are talking about Microsoft.
Well, yeah, but retailers doing that would get found out pretty quickly. That's illegal. You can't force a customer to buy something else to buy the thing they want. They might have done something like offered a discount for buying them together to entice people to do it. But like in Japan, there was bundling even though it was illegal. In the US, there was not bundling. That would have been very illegal and been stopped very quickly.
According to research run by Arcadia Investment Corp, the average Xbox user spent $425 and purchased 3.3 games with their system. So, that's not proof of what you just said. It just meant people bought a significant amount more at the time. Yeah. But
they might have, because they might have put together discount bundles. Buy these things together if you want to, and we'll give you a price cut. But There was no forced bundling. I am pretty darn confident that's true. Maybe some electronics store in some back alley somewhere did it, but not as a general practice.
GameCube made its North American debut 3 days later on November 18th, selling at $199. It cost $100 less than Xbox or PlayStation 2. Nintendo had an initial shipment of 450,000 consoles and shipped another 600,000 units by year's end. Like Microsoft, Nintendo couldn't keep up with demand. Nintendo had a lower hardware to software tie ratio. Arcadia Investment Group and Arcadia Investment Corporation reported software sales of 2.7 games for every GameCube sold. They had less games on the market, so that kind of makes sense. Nintendo, however, didn't worry much about tie ratios as much as the competition. While Microsoft was reportedly losing as much as $100 on every Xbox sold, Nintendo only lost about $20 with each GameCube. Again, highlighting the thing here that people say Nintendo makes money on their consoles, which they probably do by the end, but at this time, probably not. Though only 10 GameCube titles were available on November 18th launch date, an 11th title went on sale by December 3rd and quickly rose up the top of the sales chart. Super Smash Bros. Melee, a button-mashing 4-player free-for-all developed by HAL Laboratory.
No. We all know Smash Brothers Melee is not just a button masher. It is a control stick extravaganza.
Yep, see,
Get your descriptions right.
Wonderful. Yes. Love to see it. Tallying up sales in early 2002, it quickly became apparent that PlayStation 2 had pulled further ahead over the holidays, having shipped approximately 18.5 million units in 2001, 5.7 million consoles the year before. Sony had sold 24 million PlayStation 2s worldwide, compared to 2.4 million GameCubes and 1.4 million Xboxes. When asked how he felt about Microsoft and Nintendo's launches, SCEA's Jack Tretton answered,
We outsold Microsoft and Nintendo over the holidays. If they're going to catch up to us, I would have expected them to start doing it by now.
Always straightforward, but in this case openly skeptical, Electronic Arts Vice President of Corporate Communications Jeff Brown summed up the market this way. Johnny, speak us out.
This is a race with 4 laps around the track. As far as we're concerned, Sony got 1 lap in before anybody else took off. I think it's going to be very hard, if not impossible, to beat Sony in this race, but we think that Microsoft has a viable entry. Just to torture the analogy, if Microsoft can get out of the blocks quickly and get a good start, they should finish respectably. They will come back with a respectable 3rd.
Ooh. There's some stuff right there. All right, that will be the end of our read-through for tonight. We have gotten through 3 more chapters of Kent. How do we feel?
Mommy!
3 chapters.
That good, huh?
Sega still exists.
Yeah, I think the biggest gaffe in this read-through was the Iwata was president at this time, but I'm actually going back in time and I got the dates wrong on all this stuff. Jesus Christ, there should be an editor of this book, right? Who is it? Let's see.
It's 2005, and I am president of Nintendo, standing before the shareholders. It is 2002. I am standing before the audience at E3, delivering an address. It is 1982. I see the VIC-20 for the first time. It's probably earlier than 82. I don't know.
Okay, so these are the people to blame.
Indeed.
Who are these?
I'd like to say that there were some really great voices tonight. I hope to God Ed Freeze never hears it. And what's his name? Bach?
Robbie Bach, yeah.
Robbie Bach. Is he still alive?
He is, yes. Robbie CPU Bach.
Don't let him anywhere near this thing. And I'm always here. I'm here every time for when Alex is going to do Yamauchi as some weird form of Japanese Captain Kirk, Shatner-esque, fearless, absolutely fearless with the pauses. So, yeah, hooray for all that.
It's all about anticipation.
Say it.
Yes. And I had no idea, and I wish that I had known that Maine was going to poke up at that exact moment.
Yeah.
And I'll let you know, by the way, it's pronounced kafebi. And it's a wrestling term. It is the suspension. It's like the suspension of disbelief.
I think we all know what it means.
Well, someone pronounced it kafebe, and as far as I know, it's kafebi. Yeah, and Dis has one S. And
any other favorites?
That's what stuck out. Well, at one point, oh right, the psychosis. At one point, it seemed like the running gag of the night would be frog, but it was quickly overtaken by some fever dream where we were into S&M bondage, and I was off book at that point. But clearly, we'd gone off the rails, and if that did exist in the text, I don't ever want to see it again.
Oh, it was in the text.
Oh my god! All right.
No. Look up shippers.
Yeah, the shippers. Okay, that's how we'll refer to it going forward. Is I was there when the shippers came.
Yeah. So here's the bit. Just in case you needed to know about Jay Allard, whip marks and all.
Perfect.
Also, I had in my notes that I was Pete, and I was doing the poo voice last time.
Oh, okay.
Totally
I don't
forgot.
remember these things. If people remember what their
That's
roles
right.
are, then yell.
Too, and then I looked back just to see if I had already done Shane Kim, because I forgot the voice that I did for that too.
But yeah, this was, again, not as bad as it's been before, but also there's a lot of guffaws in here where it's just like, how do you get this wrong? Like, there's people who are copy editors. They suck. Sorry. You're not good at your job.
Why is that freeze so psychotic?
But Alex drew from real life
got
experience.
frozen, and he had to freeze
That's
her.
so good. He's just, every delivery on him was frantic.
Those are the best kind
God.
of characters.
Absolutely.
Help me save her.
We should be doing these under a series called "This Reading is Cancelled."
I would put money towards that.
So, Alex, what did you draw from deep within yourself to very accurately portray Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, very, very accurately. I was afraid all weekend at the Midwest Gaming Classic. No, not at all. Very mild-mannered, very nice guy. I don't know. So it started from the first one because, the first one he's talking about how much he hates that story and how it's not true or whatever. That was the first quote from the first day. And so I was just thinking to myself, like, raving conspiracy theorist, like nothing's true, it's all lies kind of thing is how I built the character based on kind of his first appearance.
Yeah, this Ed Freeze has a cork board with red yarn.
Definitely. I like my
And he has
Bacchus
had it
southern
from those
drawl.
first early days.
I do like your Bacchus. Your Bacchus is very good.
Objectively.
And a great contrast to Bach.
Yeah, I got to bring on my deep voice sometimes. Can't always be raving mad.
That's a good point. You threw me for a while. I didn't know it was you.
Who'd you think it was?
I wasn't sure. Because the first time he did it, I wasn't sure who was on because I had the phone was in my pocket and I was out. But when he went back to it, I caught Ethan's voice in it, and then noticed it was him talking.
FTB, the next chapter, you're gonna have to open up with it's gonna be great.
Oh,
I
Joe,
love the
you're
Lieberman.
back.
Love the
God.
Lieberman impression. It's so good. It's so good.
Did you see the end of the big digital pictures video, like the after credits gags?
I was sitting there with you when you were
Yeah,
watching
because
it,
there's a little techno song with Joe Lieberman,
Oh, gosh.
Congress hearing quotes.
one of the first endings, because we have Return of the King level endings on that
Yeah.
video. I'm just peeking ahead, see who else we have to.
Oh, spoilers.
Well, you know, it's just.
I know my man Eddie Edlum comes back for one chapter.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to embodying
there
him
it is.
again.
Billy Crystal.
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun with some of these guys. I'm gonna take Eugene because I know him well at this point. Didn't get to say hi to him at MGC though because Ed was busy with occupying us.
How does this thing weigh in comparison to Volume 1? I feel like it's a little lighter, but it's still decently long.
I think it's about the same.
It's 567 pages. That includes index or whatever. But yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, like
we're not at the quarter. We're barely at the quarter mark, right?
We're at 21% in my Kindle version.
Okay.
20% in this here. But yeah, they reprinted the original one as Volume 1, and like side by side, they're like identical. They're pretty much the same.
Jesus, this thing's a hot mess.
Well, yes, it's Kent.
And we are here stewing in it.
Exactly.
I mean,
well,
I for one can't wait for the omnibus edition.
I know. When is Volume 3? You might be asking.
Well, he's talked about doing it because
he said that he's gonna do one. I mean, not recently, but like he mentioned a Volume 3 in some of the interviews he did around Volume 2.
Okay, what legal avenues of recourse do we have?
We can go after him for spreading disinformation, but in the current
a series of nuisance lawsuits that have no merit, but get him to just give it up.
for legal purposes, we are not going to do that. So.
We could say he's unusually going after some early video game or arcade patent from the early '80s. Just pick one.
I'm thinking like doing a misery is a little too far. But,
you did say legal avenues, Dave.
That's exactly.
Legal.
So, I think
no, that's for Harris and his soul-like punishment involving an automatic baseball machine.
Considering we're still on a live stream, we're looking through the legal options.
Yes.
Right. Yes. Temporary restraining orders and the like. Yes.
But yeah, this. Yeah, we don't have as much insight into some of this stuff as we otherwise would, but we're starting to get a little bit more into the 2000s and whatnot. But like his focus, he keeps getting distracted by random this is my press experience, and not actually like describing the interesting decisions that get made inside these companies, which is what the use of this book is.
I mean, that's what happened in the first book, too. I mean, the early parts of the book are inaccurate, but they read pretty well because that's the stuff where he was talking to people more as a historian than a journalist and was piecing together the story of something he wasn't there for. The first book devolves into this when you get to the 90s and the part of it where he was there as a journalist. Same thing happens.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. This feels like what you would call a notebook dump.
Yeah.
How would you say?
Well, meaning that, as Alex just suggested, the the narrative cohesion of Volume 1 was there because it was this overtold history, and he was going back somewhat chronologically. Once he's able to be a part of the story as a journalist, it becomes a notebook dump. It's his notes that he's had from his work that then he's crafting into a longer book narrative rather than a magazine article.
But what kind of baffles me is, like, is he still a journalist? Does he write? Like,
no, he's not anymore, but he still was in the early part of this. I don't know at what point he stopped. Before the end of this book. I mean, I don't think he was still a journalist this entire time, but he must have still been in the early part, because the stuff we've gone through already, it's clear he was at the press events, at the E3s, asking questions of some of these people that were answered. Like that one we just ended with Jeff Brown. That had to have been Stephen Kent asking him, so what's your opinion on how Xbox is going to do? And that was Jeff Brown's answer, you know?
Yeah, like he literally has the tape at home with the quote, because that was in, and he's very much what you would call an access journalist. There's no, he's like a stenographer of the industry in a way.
I mean, you heard the those tapes that he donated, which weren't useful, but at least they give you a little insight into what he was doing, right, Alex?
Yeah, I was hoping it was actually some of the tapes of his interviews for the book, but it wasn't. It was just really random really random interview stuff, like really random. Like they were useless.
Kent posted tapes?
No, he donated some to Stanford, and I asked Stanford about them, and they, gave me digital version to peruse, and it was just bad.
Okay.
Well, which is fine. I mean, I'm sure they were useful for what he was doing as a journalist, but like as someone coming in and trying to use them to gain historical insight, they were bad. I'm not saying
right.
Yeah.
Leads you to consider that he has other interview tapes that were not part of that collection.
Exactly. Because I'm sure he must have taped Nolan Bushnell and Al Alcorn and Howard Lincoln and all of those guys, Masaya Nakamura, David Rosen, when he was talking to all of them.
Yeah, it seems like this, as the later part of the book and then this, it's no longer the endeavor of, I need to find all the things that I can to try and piece together the story. This is the story as I understand it, let's get some supplementary quotes. I don't need to dig into this. I don't need to reevaluate what I thought at the time. Yeah, I'm reporting on what the press said at the time, and then supplementing with, my friend Dean's book or whatever, and not citing it. You just say this as a fact. On these days, this thing happened. Which, I mean, yeah, but, like, where did you get that information? I don't think it came directly from your interviewees. All the time. And just, there's huge gaps and stuff, and then just unequal things to here and there, but yeah. Any other favorite moments from tonight? Nope, it was just a complete wash. Everybody just wants to get out.
Total wash.
No, I'm just sending out some articles for translation to Foxhack. I'm just increasing my price and slightly.
I think we've established that Alex needs to cleanse his soul after playing Steve Jobs.
And it was only 2 lines.
Indeed.
2 lines too many.
Well, it's the equivalent of the nuclear ball that they were holding up with the screwdriver.
Well, today is Breakout Day, so I guess it's a day that's somewhat adjacent to Steve Jobs, even though he is not the creator of Breakout.
I did not know that was today.
Well, I mean, it's complicated.
I mean, obviously it was 76, but...
According to Atari's internal newsletter, on May 13th, 1976, quote-unquote, Breakout was born. We don't know what that means, but they put a date to it. So that was my discourse on the Twitter on the Blue Sky today. Just explaining why that doesn't mean what you think it means.
Yeah, so it's like the May the 22nd for Pac-Man kind of thing.
Yeah, at least that, but as far as we know, that's a corroborated thing where they put it on test, but that just doesn't mean you could get one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just another opportunity to tell everybody, nope, we don't know when these games came out. Sorry. Just have to live with it.
No way. We're gonna bring you exact dates. We're gonna bring it down to the hour.
Yep.
By county. And the most comprehensive map. We're going to use AI to generate it.
Oh, of course, of course.
Well, you see, John's Amusements on 45th Street installed Space Invaders on February 1979, which means that they were the 45th thousandth to get it.
Oh God! Don't remind me of that thing.
What thing?
The way that we found it about a year ago when they were the way they had dated the sales of arcade machines in fandom,
yeah.
and it was the serial numbers.
Oh yeah, that thing. That. Well, that was that's how they were telling numbers, how many they sold, which is ridiculous. Because they weren't even like using the serial numbers in a proper way. They were like, it said 120,000, so they must have sold 120,000. Not realizing that the excess zeros were, the product code or whatever. But yeah, there's Kent for you tonight. We'll wrap up here, and we will go back to our sanity for the time being until such a time that we do this again. Thanks all for joining along, doing the funny voices, and we'll see you on the next one.